to hire the Davie Resource Group to create a manual of how for residents and for the city on how to handle city trees or how to take best care of them. I think this is an excellent idea. I would like to know who did our tree inventory back in 2012.
Yes, good evening, Commissioners. Lauren Wood, Director of Department of Public Services. That was Davie Resources, Commissioner Hoff.
Oh, they did the tree inventory.
Yes, ma'am.
Same company. Okay.
Yes.
And then what I saw in the chart that you presented to us of the other cities that they have done this type of work for, I see that the only one that they have actually done a manual for was Racine. Is it Racine, Wisconsin? And yet the others, they did the full inventory. So now, if you're telling me they did our full inventory as well, I was trying to determine why the prices are so much more for all of the other municipalities, but I think it's because it's a combination of the inventory and, in the Racine case, preparation of the manual. Is that correct?
You know, I'm going to turn this over. Carrie Laird, our Parks and Recreation Manager, also is joining us this evening, and Carrie worked very hard on getting this grant. So let me introduce her and ask her to go through that with you, Commissioner.
Go ahead, Carrie.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Commission. And thank you for your interest in this project, Commissioner Hoff. Yes, that is a correct assumption, and that they did perform the inventory and the manual. Therefore, it is a little bit more expensive, quite a bit more expensive.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that for me. I have no other questions. So if anyone else has a question, I'll wait, and then I'm ready to make a motion.
Commissioners, any questions? Any questions from the public? Well, before that, good enough. Commissioner Hoff, we're ready for you.
I'd like to move the suggested resolution to approve the contract with Davie Resources Group.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Nikita. Any comment on the motion from the commissioners? None? Any comments from the public on the motion? I see none. Thank you. Okay. Alex, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Hoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita?
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor?
Unmute yourself, please, Commissioner Baller.
Thank you. Yes.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Law?
Yes.
Mayor Boutros?
Yes. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
We move on.
I say yes too.
Oh,
How did I miss you?
It's okay, Alex.
we got that for the record, Alex.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Host. We move on to second item pulled by Commissioner Hoff, item I.
Item I has pertains to the contract agreement for the restoration and preservation of the Hunter House. I looked at the chart that has 3 different quotes, and there's a big difference. So I think I'd ask Leslie, why did we go with a bid that is almost $50,000 more than the R&G painting?
Okay, we have our director, Ms. Leslie Pilak. Please go ahead with the answer.
Yes, hi, Leslie Pilak here, museum director. Yes, that lowest bid of $13,000 was not completed correctly and does not reflect the actual project as specified by the architect. This is a very labor-intensive project because that 200-year-old siding and trim has to be manually scraped and properly prepared. There are a lot of details to removing the original windows and reglazing them. And the bid by the RNG painting did not reflect that work and was really, not an adequate bid for consideration. So of the two remaining bids, the bid by LGK Building was actually the lower of the two and is a qualified contractor who understands the project and has worked on our historic sites before.
Okay, and then I see that the bid is for exterior carpentry, trim, and paint. But as I read this, I thought that also there would be window replacement and work on the windows. Is this correct?
That is correct. There is a component of the project which is it's incorporated under the carpentry item, which is for specialty work on the windows, which I was mentioning just now, involves a lot of labor-intensive work because they need to be removed and pulled apart, repaired, reglazed, and reinstalled.
Okay, and then my last question has to do with the funding, and I was just a little unclear on this because it states that unused funds were available in the Allen House other contractual services account, but that project was delayed, and so is it that the funds are available to be transferred then for this Hunter House project?
Yes, actually, this project became more extensive as conditions became obvious, and so there were funds in the Allen House project that were available to use to complete this project. And then there was a delay due to the pandemic problems that made it difficult for us to go out to bid when we were intending to. So you are correct.
Okay, fine. Well, I have no other questions, and I'll wait to see if there are any others, and then I'm ready to make a motion.
Any other questions to our museum director from the commission? None? From the public? None. Awesome. Commissioner Hoff, we're ready for you.
Then I will move the suggested resolution to award the project for restoration and preservation of the Hunter House exterior carpentry, trim, and paint to LGK Building.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Sherman. Alex, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Holst,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Law,
Yes.
Commissioner Ballard,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes. Thank you, Alex. That concludes our consent agenda. Next, we on our business is unfinished business. Like to open up the continuation of a public hearing to consider the SLUP special land use permit amendment and final site plan and design review for Lutheran Church of the Redeemer on 1800 West Maple. I do believe we have our planning director, Jana Ecker, that going to do the presentation for us, or is it Brooks Cohen?
I'll be the one presenting on Lutheran Church of the Redeemer.
All right.
Alex, will you be able to give me access to share my screen?
Sure. Go ahead, Mr. Cohen.
The site plan is also located on page 185 of the City Commission packet. You guys want to follow along there?
Bear with us 1 second, Brooks.
Yeah.
Hey, Brooks, can you request a share screen?
There we go. Perfect. Can everyone see my screen with the site plan on it now?
Yes.
Perfect. I'm Brooks Cowan with the City Planning Department in 1800 West Maple Lutheran Church of the Redeemer. The applicant is applying for final site plan and design review and special land use permit amendments. The subject property is located on the north side of West Maple between Glenhurst and Chesterfield Avenue. The applicant is a religious institute which may operate in an R1 zone with a special land use permit. The church is proposing to expand their sanctuary space to accommodate larger crowds for services and events. This will include a 10,671 square foot renovation, as indicated in these diagonal lines throughout here, and will result in an additional 4,113 square feet of additional space. The addition is a 9.8% increase, therefore does not require a CIS study. In regards to land use, the site is zoned R1 single family and is surrounded by B1 and R1 to the east, R2 zone to the north, and then Bloomfield Township to the west. In regards to setback and height requirements, the applicant meets all setback requirements, and the new sanctuary is proposed to be 27 feet in height for the gable, which is below the 30-foot requirement for the R1 zone. And the applicant is also proposing to replace the existing steeple and spire. And for some background on the site, the church was built in 1942 and the current sanctuary was constructed in 1956. And back then, Birmingham's zoning ordinance allowed schools and churches in the R1 zone to exceed the maximum height limit. Therefore, the current steeple height is 91.6 feet, while the proposed new steeple height is 85.8 feet. And because the proposed steeple is 6 feet lower than what is currently there, the applicant is not required to obtain a height variance as it's a legal nonconformity. In regards to the screening, in 1991, the applicant received a variance to allow a wooden 6-foot fence for parking lot screening along the eastern, northern, and western edge. And then in 2005, they received another variance to use vegetation as a screening for this 240 feet here, abutting a residential property. And then also in 2005, they received a variance from having to provide a 32-inch masonry screen wall for the parking area in the front here. In regards to landscaping, the applicant, let me flip to the landscaping page real quick. There we go. The applicant is proposing to remove 14 trees to accommodate for the expansion of the sanctuary in the front. This addition will be surrounded by new landscaping beds here with an assortment of new shrubs and perennials. The applicant is also proposing to plant 11 new trees, mostly located on the eastern side of the front property. And then the new pedestrian pathway leading to the entrance, connecting the entrance from the sidewalk, is also proposed to have an assortment of annual plantings welcoming people to the entrance. Then in regards to the parking lot landscaping, no changes are proposed, though the applicant already has an 8.7% coverage rate, which satisfies the 5% requirement in the ordinance. In regards to parking, the applicant is required to provide 86 spaces, though they have, I believe, 218 on site, and so they're all set there. And then in 2005, they received a variance to allow 2 parking spaces within the front setback of 25 feet, which is this space here and that space there. In regards to access and circulation, the front drive here is being narrowed to 20-foot width to accommodate the expanding front sanctuary space, and a new walkway is proposed to surround the sanctuary and connect to ADA accessible ramps on the east and west side of the church. And then upon the planning board's request, the applicant amended their plans to include this pedestrian pathway connecting the public sidewalk here to the front entrance of the sanctuary. In regards to lighting, the applicant is proposing 10 new antique styled lamps along this walkway surrounding the sanctuary, and no changes are proposed for the parking lot lighting, though the applicant currently satisfies all requirements related to full cutoff lights, the foot candle ratio, and the light pole height. In regards to design review, flip to page 15. I'll zoom out a little bit. The proposed addition is intended to enhance the seating space for the sanctuary and be more accommodating for larger events. And so this is the proposed sanctuary here. The addition also includes a larger gathering space in the narthex at the entrance of the sanctuary and an additional rehearsal room over here. Renovations will also enhance the office space and the classrooms in the basement, and will make more room for a new and larger organ to be used. And then in order to accommodate the additional space, the church's columbarium, which is currently located over here, will be moved to the east side of the sanctuary over here. And the church has indicated they're contracting with a cemetery specialist to assist with the relocation of the remains. The updated sanctuary, let's flip to the elevations here. The updated sanctuary will have materials that match the existing building with red brick, white trim, and black shingles. The entrance is complemented by a white gable here with 4 columns made out of wood. The 3 monumental windows are proposed for each side of the sanctuary, and 6 wood-clad windows will go in the front. Then, as mentioned earlier, a new steeple and spire are proposed for the front entrance, made of custom aluminum, reaching nearly 86 feet in height. You can see from the front there, side here. And then for more design, the applicant provided a 6-minute video to explain in more detail some of the renovations. And instead of showing the video, I included a few screenshots to summarize some of the topics they went over. So zoom in here. Here we have the sanctuary addition that was done in 1956. And they haven't expanded that size since then. Here we have the current sanctuary's interior. One of the issues they're saying is that it doesn't have enough seating to what the demand is. And another issue they're running into is that the aisles are really narrow and it's hard for for wheelchairs to get through. So they want to expand things and provide more space for that. Here we have a rendering of the proposed sanctuary and church space once it's done. Of course, it will have the pathway recommended by the planning board, the new steeple and spire, the columbarium located on the east side of the church. Here we have the front entrance rendering this is the narthex area with the sanctuary behind it. And here we have a view from the balcony, larger interior sanctuary space, wider walkways, more wheelchair accessible, and a larger organ space to accommodate more music. And with that, I leave it to you guys with any questions or comments.
Thank you, Brooks, for a great presentation, well detailed. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Nikita, go ahead. Sorry.
It's Brooks. I had a question about the material on the front, the gable, and I think on the side as well. It looks like there's ephes planned for part of the facade. How did the planning board review that, and what were the thoughts on that, and were there alternatives considered?
ephes was discussed by the planning board. I believe I mentioned that more in detail on that presentation. And ephes is one of the materials that's not permitted within the downtown overlay district. And they discussed it with the architect, and he was saying that it's a quality sand pebble fine finish ephes, and that's the current material that was used on some of the gables on the side and the rear of the building as well. I believe they did a renovation late 2000s or around 2012 maybe, where they used ephes material above that entrance, and the architect referred to that as well.
So, if I could, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, please continue, Commissioner Nikita.
Yeah. So to be clear, then they reviewed that, and were there alternatives discussed, or were they convinced that the application in this case was appropriate, even though we don't allow this in parts of the city?
My impression is that the application was appropriate and that they had seen it in other parts of the church and were okay with how that fit in to the look of the church. And therefore we're okay with moving forward with the type of material. And the architect spoke to it and said, it's a high quality sand finished material that he's using in the front. And that was brought up during the planning board.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hoff, go ahead, please, with your question.
Could either Commissioner Nikita or Mr. Cohen explain what EFS is?
Go ahead, Commissioner Nikita, would you like to?
Actually, it's probably Brooks's position to do that.
Okay, go ahead, Brooks.
Refer to him.
It's like a type of stucco, is my impression. Researching the material, there was a number of different ways to make EFS, and there can be some low quality, but then there can be like a higher grade kind of sand finish in making this type of material. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I could.
Commissioner Nikita has a comment.
Just to be clear, it's more commonly known by its by one of the most prominent names. It's Drive It, and historically there's been issues with long-term viability and strength of the material to wear over time, and historically there's been issues with color and the maintaining of the color. Depending on the color, I know that the quality of the material in general has increased over the years. So it does tend to be of higher quality today than it used to be. So it has somewhat of a negative reputation, but it has improved. And as long as there's a color that's neutral, like I'm assuming this is sort of a off-white, cream-colored, gray sort of material. Is that correct, Brooks? If I can ask the question, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead.
China white with
it's
color and red clay.
Is it sort of a gray material color? Off-white? Is that what you said?
Appears to be white, China white.
Okay. So just to be clear, the reason why what I brought up the color is historically, certain more bold colors like red and blue and things like that have a tendency to fade and not hold their color over time. So they look worn and tattered and need to be addressed. So those are some of the issues, and for that reason, and for the reason of being closer to where you would touch it, meaning closer to the grade level, we generally don't allow it in sort of downtown commercial districts because it can get damaged easily, and it also can wear pretty easily with touching and hitting. But above, in this case, and essentially out of the touch of any individuals, it will likely not have that problem.
Commissioner Hoff?
Well, I would like to ask the applicant about that, but I have a few other questions, so let me get to them first. In our packet of materials, we have two sets of plans. There's a revised plan and an initial plan. I wonder if Brooks could explain what's the difference? What was revised?
Revisions were made to the pedestrian walkway that was provided in the front. Let me zoom to that page real quick. 11. Here. So this pedestrian walkway was added to the plans. And then there were some questions related to the building's existing square footage versus what is proposed. And the architect brought up with me that in the initial square footage, he provided space. He didn't subtract the open courtyard here, versus in the new plans, he did remove that square footage as indicated in this bubble area here, building area. But in regards to plans, just the pedestrian access point connecting the sidewalk to the front, and then the landscaping that goes in between here.
Okay, that's the addition to the revised plan.
Correct.
All right. Then also, you mentioned square footage, and I had a question about that because I read this and I said that, they're creating an additional 3,791 square feet of usable space, which is an 8.3% increase. What figures are you using? Because the area of this particular building is much greater than that.
Right. I went with the new plans and the square footage here. And so the addition of a 4,111 square foot addition would be a 9.8% increase. And going over this, the architect, we only include the square footage of the first floor. And it does have, it's kind of an odd shaped building where it may appear larger from the street than it actually is. It has this open courtyard and then juts off to the side a bit. But yeah, the figures that I'm using are the ones provided on the most recent updated plans, indicated building area here.
Okay. So it's an increase of what?
4,113 square feet. So it goes from 41 to 45.
I see. Okay, thank you. Then also on one of the diagrams, there's a word, I don't know how to explain it. I don't know the page or how to explain this page, but it says caution on it. And I'd like to know, what does that mean? In the back, toward the back of the building, there is a, not on that one. One of the other diagrams has the word caution on it.
Is that in a, do you know what page in your city commission packet?
No, I have the hard copy, so I can't tell you.
Okay. Does it have a page number on the bottom right in the survey? The sheet number?
Let me see. L1.
L2, L1.
L1. Okay.
Looks like a gas service line.
Okay.
Is there in the survey? My impression is that's what they're calling out. I believe Representative Architect is also watching.
Yes.
I believe that's what it's referring to.
Yes, I do see your hand, Mr. Seslak. I don't want to kill it, but don't. I'll give you the floor when I ask the commission if they have specific question for you. I appreciate you, and I'll give you the floor to speak. You want to say something, right? Your hand is raised, or you wanted to answer something. I just want to be clear.
I wanted to just make a few comments, but I will wait for the commissioners to complete their discussion.
You may continue, please.
Yes, I will ask the rest of my questions. Then in the report from the memo from Brooks to the planning board, there is a comment, the departmental reports, no concerns, most of them, except the police department. And it said comments to be provided by April 22nd, 2020. I'm wondering, what are those comments? What were the comments from the police department?
I apologize for not getting those comments in for the planning board on time. I don't believe I received comments from the police department. And so.
Did you anticipate receiving them? I mean, everyone said no concerns, but comments, a date specific for comments from the police department.
We generally send out the site plans when request comments. We generally get either a concern or they just reply with no concern, hopefully before the planning board meeting. So I apologize for not following up with police department for comment.
But you haven't heard from them yet?
Not that I'm aware of, sorry.
Okay. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Any other questions from the commissions to Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Baller, go ahead, please.
Commissioner Baller. Parking, I'd like to talk about, Mr. Cowan.
Okay.
I note several things that you had said 80 some parking spots are required, but more than 200 are provided.
Correct. I believe the
and let me one moment. I also note that the parking area is 60% of the site. So I wonder, I'm not clear on the landscaping and what the lines represent at each end of each section of parking, whether that's a grassy area or they're planning to plant trees. And I wonder about the genuine need for this much parking and why there's such a disparity between required and what has been provided. I know we don't generally tell a developer or a property owner that give them a maximum amount of parking, but I'm just curious about the whole issue of parking. And if they are going to provide this much parking, I just wonder if the city had ever talked to them in the past about possibly using that some of that parking for overflow when we have issues in town.
I'm not aware of any discussions with the city.
Yeah, Mr. Cohen, if you may allow, we do have an answer. I'm going to have Mr. Valentine. I'm aware of something, but Mr. Valentine, I'll let me mute you first, and then. Hold on.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Okay, thank you. Yeah, just to answer the question in regard to the excess parking, we have been in discussions with all the churches in town with regard to the excess capacity that they have, this church included. They have, as a follow-up to those initial conversations, have indicated that they were not willing to participate in that, just as the other churches have indicated they were not willing to participate in that as well, considering concerns for traffic in the neighborhoods and the wear and tear on their property.
So can you address my other questions?
For the excess of parking, the requirement is 1 parking space per 6 seats. I believe the applicant indicated they have around 514 seats, so we do the division there. I know that in past...
What is the number of parking spots? 200 and what?
Provided or required?
Provided.
218.
And how many seats?
They've indicated 514 seats.
514 divided by 218. So they have 1 parking spot for every 2.3577 seats. Okay.
We just go by the ordinance, which is 1 parking space per 6 seats. In the past, when they've come to City Commission for special land use permit amendments, I know that the parking lot landscaping and parking lot lighting has come up, and the applicant was able to meet the requirements and the requests of City Commission for landscaping and lighting. So
what is
these areas here provided the landscaping and the tree plantings that they were
show trees. They show trees elsewhere on the plan, but there are no trees shown there.
I believe this is only a site plan survey of the parking. I can switch to the landscape plan.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
So this one doesn't go all the way back. This one focuses on the front. Do you want me to switch to an aerial view of the property to show that?
Well, I guess I'd like to explore this issue in all its facets briefly. I mean, I don't want to derail anything, but I also am concerned. I wonder if these 200 and some spaces ever get fully utilized. Is there any time of the year or any day when all 200 are utilized? We talk about pervious and impervious surfaces. 60% of this property is going to be covered in asphalt. If there's a way to mitigate that, I believe it's something that ought to be mitigated. And there's a reason you have the standard you have that results in 80 parking spots required. So by quite a bit more than doubling that, I'm curious as to why, and why can't we mitigate it? And I mean, to be a little bit hard-nosed about it, they're coming to us for a special land use permit. We came to them and asked them for a little help with parking downtown, and were refused. So I'd like someone from the church to address those issues. Either
Well,
the architect or the church.
I don't want to speak for the church, but I can tell you it happened that I own the parking lot and the business adjacent to the church. And I do believe they had asked me personally to utilize my parking space during the weekend. And I had allowed that for years to come. Been there for 12, going on 12 years. And they had an agreement also with the previous occupant of the business there. It's a shared agreement where if should I need any parking space during the week, I could use their parking lot, and should they use mine during a busy Friday, Saturday, Sunday, especially Sunday overflow, they've always used my parking space, and it's always been used. So, but I can't give you the details on how and where, and is it all the time full or not. That I cannot speak for that, but I can tell you, yes, they're overflown of cars that also occupying my parking lot fully on Sunday, for sure. Mr. Suslak, I'm not sure if you can speak on that further. I'll give you the floor if you can.
Would be happy to. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The question of parking is always an issue for churches. And I have no difficulty saying that on a typical Sunday morning, not even a special event Sunday morning, because of their two services that they have, the parking lot is full. They need all of that parking. And that's exhibited even by the fact that they have a shared agreement with the mayor's property adjacent for additional parking. Personally, I think it would be a detriment not only to the church but potentially to the neighborhood if this amount of parking had to be reduced.
Thank you, Mr. Suslak.
Can you address the landscaping of the parking?
Yes, I'd be happy to. The landscaping, those islands, there is landscaping and trees in all of those islands at this time. That had been previously done in earlier projects. I believe, as Mr. Cohen pointed out, we meet all of the landscape requirements for parking lot areas. So that is landscape. If you were to look at an aerial, you'll see that all of those islands have trees and landscaping in them. All of those existing islands, excuse me.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did that address your question, Commissioner Baller?
It did. I would be most gratified to hear the church express their willingness to allow the city to use their parking on a emergency sort of as needed basis. But if that's not going to happen, I can't make it happen.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from the commissioners to Mr. Cohen or Mr. Suslak? Let's see if I see any hands. I don't see you all now. Mr. Hoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff, go ahead.
Yes, I have a question in regard, and as I read over the minutes of the planning board in April, I see that there were some concerns brought up by a couple of different people in regard to whether this was a substantial demolition and rebuild of the church, or this was simply a renovation and an addition. And I think I would like some clarity on that.
Who would like to answer that?
I can handle that.
Go ahead, yes.
Yeah, I apologize about some of the confusion with the planning board. I think a part of it was it being my first site plan presentation on Zoom. I guess I didn't clarify well enough that this area within the diagonal lines would be a new addition and that everything would be torn down and then redone. Their questions were, would it be done wall by wall, or would some be left up while other part is renovated? And so myself and the architect just had to clarify that this part will be removed completely in order to accommodate for the addition. and that's the staging area for the construction. And speaking with the architect, would be mostly in the front here, as far away from each residential space as possible.
So then, Brooks, you're saying that the whole church as it stands now will be taken down?
No, just the front sanctuary, the space with the diagonal line here is indicated. So what is there right now is this dashed line. Can you follow? Is my mouse visible from the screen?
Yes.
So this dashed line is where the current sanctuary is right now. And then that part will be removed, and as well as the roofs here. And this area with the diagonal line is where all of the new construction will take place.
So will the outside walls be there, or will new walls be put up on the outside, the brick?
I don't have all of the details of the staging of how the construction will be done, but I know that it'll be taken down and then put up as new.
Mr. Suslak, can you elaborate on that?
Yes, I'd be happy to. The church as you see it there today will be completely removed. It'll be gone. And a new, larger sanctuary will be constructed in its place. And I believe Mr. Cohen pointed out, Lutheran Church of the Redeemer has been there a long time, and it has a character and it has a presence there on Maple Road. So our goal was always to reconstruct it, a larger church, but in a similar character, so that it would be our hope that when it's all done, people wouldn't even realize we'd done anything. Existing church will be completely removed and an entirely new church will be constructed in its place. Is that helpful?
Well, yes, it's an entirely different concept in my mind. I thought you were putting an addition on to the existing building, but now I'm hearing this a little differently. You're taking down the existing building and you're constructing a new one, larger than what's there now. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you. We need to make sure we clarified that.
Okay, and what will your members do for services during this construction period?
There is currently a gym, and worship services will be taking place in that gym during the construction period. In our last edition, we worked with Lutheran Church of the Redeemer for the last edition. We added a stage to it, so that'll serve as a chancel, and temporary seating will be set up in the gym for their worship services.
So the front part of the church will come down, but now I'm looking at this diagram, a lot more of the building will remain there. Is that correct? Where it says existing building.
The majority of the building remains. It's only the sanctuary, the existing sanctuary. And there's a little bump out on the side where the offices are on the east side. That's coming down as well. But the large majority of the facility just remains. It's only the worship space itself.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for clarification, Ms. Suslak. Any other questions to Brooks or to Mr. Suslak from the commissioners? I don't see the full screen, but I don't see any hand. Any questions from the public to Mr. Cohen or Mr. Suslak? I don't see any. With that, I'd like to close the public hearing and bring it back to further discussion. Commissioners, Commissioner Hoff.
Yes, I'd like to ask, have there been, I'm sure the neighbors have been notified, and I see that several of the neighbors commented at the planning board. Has there been any communication from neighbors, or they may not be on tonight on the Zoom call, but has there been concerns or issues or approvals or support from the neighbors?
Brooks, can you answer that, please?
Sure. Before they began with this whole process, the applicants asked for all of the mailing addresses of people within the neighborhood, and they sent them informational pamphlets. And I know that I've been speaking with, his name is Steve Scheit, I believe, and he was coordinating the church's outreach with the local neighborhood, and they were planning to host meetings and keep them informed on the project and what they were proposing. Unfortunately, everything with COVID hit, and they weren't able to host as many public meetings describing to the public what was going on. And I know I haven't received anything from the neighbors, and I know that one neighbor commented, he was from West Bloomfield, and he was inquiring about the staging where the construction equipment would go for the project.
Mr. Scheit, you want to answer something?
This is Steve Scheit, resident at 1289 North Glenhurst and the owner representative tonight. I appreciate the commissioners being here on a beautiful July evening. Thank you. As Brooks mentioned, we had hosted 2 in-person events, but COVID-19 clearly has made that impractical. So we have a member who's a local realtor who also lives on the perimeter of the church in the neighborhood, create an electronic email group with the neighbors and invited others to join and did kind of a Q&A forum. And the 2 questions that have come up are timing, when, and secondly, kind of staging. Where do the contractors park? Where do the materials go? So we tried to answer the second, right? As Brooks pointed out, all the materials, parking is all staged in the front circle drive. And then as to the when, that's really speculative at this point. We're putting together construction budgets based on the pandemic. It's a challenging environment to price a project right now, but somewhere between the fall of 2020 and the spring of 2021 is our hoped for start date.
Yeah, as an adjacent property, I did receive myself the public notice from the city. Obviously, though, Mr. Cohen, correct me if I'm wrong, if or should we have received any concern or any complaint, we would have had it in our package. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay, so basically, there's no objection that we know of that we have received.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for that. Commissioner Hoff, any other question from you?
No, I'm all set. Thank you.
You're welcome. Commissioner Sherman, go ahead, please. Unmute yourself, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to move the suggested resolution at this point, but I do have a comment once there's a second.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hoff. Go ahead, Mr. Sherman, with your comment.
So my comment is this. Since I've been on the commission, this is either the second or the third time that the church has come forward and asked for revisions to their SLUP, and each time the commission has granted it. And I was very troubled when the city did approach the church about assistance with our parking issues, and we were turned down summarily. It would seem that, when the church needs something, the city is accommodating, but it's not a two-way street. And I would hope that going forward, there would be some consideration, at least on a short-term basis, when we do have parking issues or other things that we request. It's not done often, but it would be very helpful if we could count on that cooperation in the future.
Thank you for your comment, Commissioner Sherman. We have a motion, seconded. Any comment on the motion from the commissioners? Commissioner Host, you had your hand raised. If unmute yourself, please. Commissioner Nikita, I'll be right with you. Go ahead, Commissioner Host.
I think Mr. Scheit wanted to respond to Commissioner Sherman.
I'll get to you, Mr. Scheit, in one moment. Commissioner Nikita, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out one thing. We talk about how we are a walkable community, and we consistently try to be better at accommodating pedestrians wherever we do projects and whenever we do projects. And obviously, we're in a position. The planning board, our different boards and staff, as well as the commission, are in a position to review projects and make sure that we're maximizing the pedestrian opportunity as much as possible. And so I just wanted to point out how this project over the years, I guess for 50 years, or when going back to the 50s when this building was built, so it's much longer than that, 70 years. There hasn't been a way to, it seems like, I mean, I don't know the early drawing or the early plans, but it seems like there's never been a pedestrian connection, at least as far as I could tell, from the sidewalk that runs along there and connects to the neighborhoods and the retail and the commercial areas and such, and other churches, to the front door of this facility. And I'm very pleased to see that the planning board picked up on this and required that they add the pedestrian connection from the front of the church to the sidewalk, which of course connects then to the community. These are the kinds of things, as small as that may be considered, I think are significant in keeping our community as pedestrian oriented as possible. And so I'm very pleased to see that the planning board picked up on that and that was added. And I think it's going to be a very good enhancement to the project. As subtle as it is, very important.
Thank you for your comment, Commissioner Nikita. Any other comment from the commissioner on the motion, please? See none? Commissioner Baller, go ahead,
yeah,
please.
I would like to hear from the owner's representative before I vote and before I extinguish my ability to comment further.
Sure, and that's coming next, Commissioner Baller. Any other comments on the motion from the commissioners? None? From the public on the motion? I see none. Mr. Scheit, this is your turn. Please go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to comment. While I've been a member for 30 years and I've been in leadership capacities at different points over those 30 years, today my responsibility is really around the focus of this capital project. But I would be very happy to connect Mr. Valentine and our senior pastor, Reverend Schlock, and get them together and have this conversation about the parking opportunities. I'm not personally familiar with what those conversations are like. I trust that they didn't end in any kind of positive or fruitful way, but I would be very happy to make those connections. We understand the parking challenges. We are parking challenged many Sundays, as Mr. Cieslak pointed out. And so we have a shared interest in solving those parking problems. But while we're a multi-day, multi-use facility, right, there are many weekdays where we're not at capacity. And so it seems to me that there would be some room for a conversation between Mr. Valentine and Pastor Schlock.
Thank you, Mr. Scheit. Yes, Mr. Scheit, as I stated earlier, I personally, as a business owner, forget the mayor's hat, always been accommodating the church, as I believe we're community-based people and we're here for each other. And I couldn't agree more with the statement that had been said before. I would encourage you, please, to connect the pastor with our city manager, because this is very important, as we're not asking to utilize the church parking space every day of the week. And we do understand fully how busy it could get during the weekend, because I just stated that myself. And I'm here to help. And the city's here to help when you guys needed our help. This is an example of what we're doing. We go above and beyond to make sure, as long as you follow the ordinance and the codes, we're here to help you. We're here to amend the slab for you. All what we ask of, again, I don't want to be repetitive, but I echo my fellow commissioners in the concern that, we had some incidents and shortage of parking in the city. It was very difficult for us. And we could use the help from the churches, and not just your church, many others, but now we're discussing your church slump. And that would really open up a great discussion to show that we're here for each other and the community is here to help us. And as we are here for the church should be here for us. Should we need, during an emergency situation, during the week, or the non-busy time, to use the parking. With that, do I see any further public discussion on the motion itself? Seeing none, right? Commissioner, no further discussion. Alex, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff?
I did. Commissioner Hoff, unmute yourself, please.
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Ballard?
Yes.
Mayor Boutros?
Yes. Thank you. Good luck on the renovation. And with that, we go to item B under unfinished business. I'd like to open the continuation of a public hearing to consider the proposed rezoning of 469, 479 South Old Woodward from B3 D4 to B3 D5. And I do see Mayor Pro Tem Long's hand raised, and I know why. Go ahead with your comment.
Thank you, Mayor Boutros. I just wanted to notify you and the commission that I will be recusing myself from this item because of a personal conflict.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We'll see you soon. With that, we have our Planning Director, Jana Eckert, with the presentation or with a message for us. Go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. Yes, well, as you know, this is a rezoning request for the potential rezoning of 469, 479 South Old Woodward from B3 and D4 to B3 and D5. Before I get into it, however, I did have a conversation this afternoon with the applicant's attorney, and they've indicated that they do have a request to potentially continue this hearing further if you wanted to allow the attorney to speak at this time and present what they would like to do, or you would like to have me start directly into the report.
No, I think, Ms. Eckert, if you don't mind, save the presentation when we need it, as we've been through it many times. I don't want to be repetitive for the sake of the time of conducting the business of the city. I would like to personally, and commissioners, I'd like your support on probably listening to what the city, not the city attorney, I apologize, Mr. Ratner, I think the attorney, is that who?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Commissioner, are we okay to hear what Mr. Ratner is going to present? Go ahead, Mr. Ratner. The floor is yours, and we'll unmute you in 1 second, Mr. Ratner. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Thank you very much. Rick Ratner, 380 North Old Woodward. I represent the applicant here. This is what has transpired, and this is why I would like to make this suggestion. This has been going on for 2 years. In your packet, you have plus or minus 660 pages devoted to this particular issue, and everybody's worked very hard on it. On July 17th, and I don't know if you have this in your packet, a letter was written to the City Commission from Mr. James Arpin, the president of the Birmingham Place Association. And I must ask, did you get that letter?
Yes.
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 That was a letter, you will recall, that agreed with the Planning Commission's unanimous approval of our application for a preliminary site plan and CIS for a D4 building. We're very happy about that, but it got us to thinking that what we've got here, are we missing an opportunity? And here's what I mean. We have as our primary goal to build the best building we can and build one that the city of Birmingham will be proud of, and the citizens will be proud of, and the neighbors will enjoy. That may mean that we should look into flexible designing that is permitted by a D5, not necessarily up to the D5 height or standards or whatever is in D5, but D5 was there to offer us flexibility. Is it worth our while, given this letter? Because make no mistake, we are ready to go forward with the D4. But is it worth our while to take one more shot at attempting to reach some kind of a agreement on design. Will it require some D5 requirements? Maybe, but so be it. Will it not? I don't know. But we have a building we can build, and we just don't want to miss the opportunity. This is an important area. This South Old Woodward area has got a beautiful start, and it's going to be redeveloped. And these two buildings that are there now are not a credit to that area, and we want to make it a credit. We want to do the best job we can. So here's what we suggest. We suggest that this public hearing be continued for a very short time. I wanted 30 days. I've been told it might be 30 to 45 days, wherein we can get together with our people, maybe our neighbors, and maybe somebody from the city. I don't have the answer to that. And take advantage of the zoning vehicles that we have at our fingertips. The first one being a SLUP, which is provided under state law and our ordinances at 733 through 737. The second one is one we've used once before, which is conditional zoning. And that is provided for in state law at section 3405 of the zoning enabling legislation. Both of these are vehicles that do the very thing that we want a D5 to do. Give us flexibility and give us certainty of how it's going to be built. And we think that if we make another shot, maybe we have a chance, now that we know we're going forward with a D4 at least, to make it better for everybody, for the neighbors and the citizens and the health, safety, and welfare of this community. And we can comply with, as we do now, but even more be complicit with our plans for that area of the city, because it's our area too, and we want it to look good. So that's what I'm suggesting, a short delay on this so that we can do the best we can to get a building that everybody will be proud of. We think the D4 is a building we can be proud of, but let's look at something else if it's that kind of an effort, and we're willing to make it. That's my suggestion.
Thank you, Mr. Ratner. Commissioners, Commissioner Baller?
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Ratner. I think this situation is in many ways unprecedented. And we probably ought to think about dealing with it in an unprecedented way. We're all aware of disagreement between the residents of Birmingham Place and the developer, and I think it's pretty sure we're not going to get 6 votes tonight for D5. When I saw the letter from Birmingham Place, all I could think was that they were accepting a plea agreement, if you'll excuse the analogy. I think they were accepting the punishment that would be certain in favor of taking their chances on something without certainty. But I think that if we go down this road and we reach an agreement, then they would have the certainty that they want. And I think that we owe it to them, we owe it to the developer, and most of all, honestly, because I represent everybody in Birmingham, we owe it to the residents of the city of Birmingham to try our best to get the best possible project here. So both in spite of the unprecedented situation and because of it, we need to do better. I've looked at the ordinances, both the SLUP ordinance and the D5, and I have a letter from Ms. Ecker. The requirement of a SLUP on any D5 building more than 5 stories gives the city commission a strong bargaining chip in influencing not only the use, but the massing and design of the building. And I think there's little doubt that if that bargaining chip is used wisely, we can get a better project here under the D5 that meets everyone's objectives, or at least attempts to do so. I agree with Mr. Ratner. I don't think there's anything that would prevent a subcommittee of the commission with the assistance of city staff and perhaps a professional mediator from entering into a negotiation with the developer and the residents of Birmingham Place with the intent of hashing out a project that serves everyone's interests. I feel like I ought to make an apology. I haven't been on the commission long, and I don't want to dwell on that, but I do feel that by not engaging in any negotiation up to this point, we've failed the community and the developer and the residents of Birmingham Place and dragged this out quite a bit. I think when we can see this sort of thing coming down the road, we ought to anticipate it and jump in and try to get things straightened out. But better late than never. So I would be prepared to make a motion or support a motion to continue this to a date certain. I was going to say 6 to 8 weeks out, giving us time to form a subcommittee, to hire a mediator, and engage in a negotiation.
We need a certain date, Commissioner Fowler. We're looking at September 14 or September 21st. That's 30 days out. We got Labor Day, September 7. Our next city commission meeting will be September 14, following September 21st.
So I said I was prepared to make a motion, Mayor, but I'm also eager to hear what Mayor Hoff and, or I'm sorry, Commissioner Hoff, former mayor, and others here have to say. Then we can.
Is that a motion, Commissioner Baller, or that's you preparing to do a motion later?
I'm prepared to do a motion.
Okay, got it. So I want to be clear. Thank you. Commissioner Hoff.
Yes, I have a few questions about this. This has been before us for several years now, and I want to ask Mr. Ratner, if this was a possibility, why is it now at the 11th hour coming forward that there may be some compromise? This doesn't concern the commission. This is a compromise between the developer and the neighbor. That's what the compromise is. And in my recollection, I don't ever recall a committee of commissioners working to make a project possible. So I have a couple of questions, but first let me ask to Mr. Ratner, why didn't this come up in the past 2 years?
It did. We met with the Birmingham Place. They were gracious enough to meet with us, with their attorneys. We couldn't come up with any solution. What we needed and wanted at the time was a D5 building. They would not allow that, even though we showed them potential design ideas. We were shut down. Now, that's because I don't know why, but obviously they didn't want a D5 building. So this is not the first time. You should understand that. We've done this before. It's our style to do it. And that's what we wanted to do. And we couldn't do it. The change is we have the ability and the right to do a D4 building without any slump and without any subjective decision. Now, as far as a committee of the commission or a mediator, as Mr. Ballard talked about, that wasn't our suggestion. Our suggestion was an attempt to get together. If it takes some outside person like Jana or somebody or Joe or his designee, that's one thing. But we have done it before. So don't misunderstand this. We've tried it. That's always what we wanted. Our job is to get the best building we can in the ground. And we've been stopped at D5. We've been forced into D4. We gave plans and made overtures to them, but it didn't work. They just said no. So we're trying again.
Commissioner Hoff, if you may allow me, just let Commissioner Sherman go ahead.
Mr. Renner, thank you for your comments. This was something that we talked about the last time this was in front of the commission, in that both the developer and the residents of the Birmingham place needed to be concerned about what they were asking for because they might get it. And the ideal situation is for the two parties to get together and reach some conclusion as to what they both can live with. Now, even with that said, there would have to be some offering to the city at some point to make it worthwhile, because you still are going to need, whether it's 4 votes, 5 votes, or 6 votes, depending on the circumstance, in order to make that happen. And similar to what occurred maybe at Whole Foods, for example. And that was worked out between yourself and the city attorney. I don't think a committee of commissioners is appropriate. But I'm glad to see that you're moving in that direction. I think that's a good direction, and I would fully support an extension. And I'm prepared to make a motion to that effect if we're ready.
Commissioner Host, unmute yourself, please.
Go ahead. I agree with everything that our 3 commissioners have said, as well as with Mr. Ratner. And I think since this is uncharted territory to a large extent, it's an attempt at creative win-win-win, and the third win would be the community. I hope we would go forward with a subcommittee of commissioners because I think that will instill trust in the process.
Commissioner Nikita, go ahead. Commissioner Ball, I'll come to you in a second.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is not unprecedented. There are a number of examples. I think Whole Foods is one. Been a number of examples where zoning and the allowable zoning and the proposed zoning or potential zoning coordinate to or conflicted to the point where there needed to be some variation. I think this as Mr. Ratner said, I think this specific situation was I think it needed to go through a process where it was clear that a building of a certain sort could be built as of right, which is the D4. And I think that there was an attempt to try to put together a D5 design, but when the D4 would be the fallback, as was proposed, and I think has gone to the planning board for review, it was clear that as of right, which means without approval or variation, or with approval from the planning board, without a variation in zoning, you could build a building that's pretty substantial, essentially an 80-foot building that is not necessarily something that a lot of people as part of Birmingham Place would be interested in, but unfortunately or fortunately for whomever, the fact is that it's zoned in a certain way, and a building of that sort can be built as of right, and there really isn't any legal issue that can stop that. So the idea of the D5, which allows a certain amount of design alterations, is worthy of consideration, and I think it's wise for all the players in this group on all sides, including for the neighborhood and the general neighborhood and part of the commercial district, that this proceed with more dialogue. But I think it took, from having been a part of this all along, I think it took the reality that the D4 could be built, and possibly to show that design as the alternative that would likely be built if the D4 didn't happen. So I think it's It's worthy of having a dialogue. It's worthy of pulling together both sides to try to come up with something that will be as positive as it can be for all of the people involved. I think it's very inappropriate to have a city commission to be part of that dialogue, given the fact that we vote for it, especially given the fact that there's only 6 of us that can vote for it. So I think that our precedent in the past is to allow the city staff, the planning director, and the two participants, meaning the Birmingham Place team and the design and development team, to really go through the dialogue and come up with what they consider to be the best suggested resolution on this. And I'm in favor of allowing that time to happen. And I think that there's likely going to be a good solution at the end that'll be as good as it can be given the situation.
Commissioner Baller, I'll be right with you, Mr. Sherman. Commissioner Sherman, Commissioner Baller.
Yeah, I want to address this question of whether this is merely we merely need to compromise between Birmingham Place and the developer, or the city party to this and ought to be involved. And I strongly feel that one of the primary parties in this whole thing is the city. Why do we have a SLUP? A SLUP gives us the ability to influence this project and to get the needs of the city met. Okay, so that's very important to me. And I think it should be important to you too. So I would like my fellow commissioners to rethink that this is an opportunity for us to make a better project for the city, for the entire city, and that we ought to be involved. And second, while the commissioners will be voting there are plenty of examples, and I probably don't need to point them out, but if you would like me to, I will, of city commissioners sitting on sort of ancillary boards, which then make recommendations to the city commission, and then those city commissioners vote on them. There are at least 2 good reasons to have city commissioners in on this, as well as a mediator. First of all, the 2 sides are there's a lack of trust, and that absolutely needs to be addressed. And the way you address it is by putting a city commissioner or 2 or 3 at the table, and a mediator is necessary because these people have sat down before and they've had difficulty. In these hundreds of pages that we have in front of us, on not one page do I see a clear and honest expression of the interests that each side is trying to advance. And to me, it's pretty clear, but they're not, for some reason, they're not spoken. And that's the kind of thing a mediator will do. He will understand what is the position he or she will understand and get out of the participants what each is trying to accomplish honestly and clearly. And I think it's really important that the city and this commission take some time to think about what we want to accomplish there, because we have goals. We've talked about having more attainable housing. We've talked about improving streetscapes and walkability. We've talked about how that section of town ain't the most inviting to pedestrians, and how that building is going to sit on Woodward Avenue across from the Triangle District. And how can we assure that no mistakes are made in the design of that building and that it is as inviting as it possibly can be? And if we decide that we want to encourage attainable housing and we want to discourage further development of office, this is our opportunity to do that. And only city commissioners can do that. I don't believe staff could or should do it. So I'm going to make a motion that we continue this hearing till August 14th. And that will give us time to appoint, and that we will appoint a subcommittee of 3 commissioners to sit down with representatives.
Sorry to interrupt you. I'm looking at my calendar. You need to be certain of a date, as August 14 is not a commissioner meeting date.
I'm sorry, September 14th. I'm sorry, September 14th.
You could do September 14 or the 21st.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry. I had it on my screen. September 14th. That we appoint a subcommittee of 3 commissioners to sit down with representatives of Birmingham Place and I don't know the name of the development company, but the developers, to work out an agreement that would bind the parties and determine the specifications of a special land use permit, the terms of a special land use permit, and a rough site plan. That would be then submitted to the planning board.
Let me interject for 1 second before we get a second, Commissioner Waller. My understanding, I'd like to get a clarification from our city attorney. Yes, in the past, Commissioner Baller, I do sit on one of the committees, but it's one commissioner, or majority I've ever seen is 2. I just want to make sure that I don't want to complicate it. I think we're all in agreement. I see majority is in agreement to postpone it for further date. But
Mr. Mayor, I don't mean to cut you off. However, a point of order, you do have a motion on the table.
All right,
you either need to get a second before you talk, or we don't, or the motion dies for lack of a second.
Okay. We have a second, Commissioner Host?
Yes, you do.
Are you seconding that?
Yes, I am.
All right, so we have a motion and a seconded by Commissioner Host. Commissioner Hoff, you go ahead.
Okay, thank you. As a mediator, and I mediate in court cases every week, it seems to me that the first step is for the 2 parties to try to come to an agreement. They don't need a mediator yet. They need to talk to each other. Right now, we've heard from Mr. Ratner. We haven't heard a word from the other side. If someone is available, I'd like to hear from them, because I'd like to hear that they are also, this is what they want to do moving forward. We're trying to facilitate this for 2 parties. A mediation is between 2 parties that have a dispute. I've heard from one party. I haven't heard at all from the second. And if anyone is on the line, that's what I'd like to hear next.
You got words out of my mouth, Commissioner Hoff. I was going with that to get a clarification from our city attorney, and I would also wanted to ask if we have the representative from the other side's attorney that want to speak to us. As I wanted to mention earlier, if the situation could be solved easily, there's no mediation needed. If the 2 parties can do it, we're good. If not, then we exercise other factors, and should we need other commissioners to be involved, but I don't believe that's the case. But do we have Mr. Howe? Oh, Mr. Howe, Mr. Patrick Howe? Unmute yourself, please, and the floor is yours. Here we go.
Good evening. Can you hear me? This is Patrick Howe on behalf of Birmingham Place.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, for some reason, the system won't let me start my video. There we go.
You got a problem?
Good evening. Patrick Howe on behalf of Birmingham Place. I've been involved with this case for almost 2 years. And this took me by surprise tonight. I've talked to Mr. Ratner and both the applicant directly after the May 27th Planning Commission meeting, and I haven't heard a word since. I said, if you'd like to submit a proposal, ask for a meeting, please feel free to reach out. But the representations that were been unwilling to meet or being non-responsive are just not true. With that said, I'm not sure a meeting will do us any good. Mr. Arpin's letter supporting the D4 just summarizes what we've been saying for 2 years, that we support the existing zoning. And the concept of combining a rezoning hearing with a special land use hearing with a site plan hearing, I'm just not sure of how that will be accomplished under the law and under just our city code. I believe this is sort of a last attempt to meet with us. We've been willing to meet all along. We support the D4 zoning. And as it says in Mr. Arpin's letter, we support the size being the 5 stories, the scope being mixed use. And that's what we've been saying forever. We've never said no development. We don't want to keep we've never said we want 1-story buildings on this site. That's not reality. But this is just about 5 stories versus 9 stories. So I think we need to get over that hurdle and then perhaps have discussion regarding site plan, use, et cetera. I just don't know how we can combine these 3. But I respect the commission's decision if they'd like to postpone. I want to clarify the record that we have not been contacted since May 27th that week. It's just not accurate. And if it's the commission's desire to postpone, we will, in good faith, cooperate in any discussion. But I believe our position has been consistent throughout that we support the D4. The master plan supports the D4. And we believe that the development should proceed under that standard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hoff. Commissioner Hoff.
Well, this was part of my concern. We're here tonight for a public hearing to consider proposed rezoning of 469 and 479 South Old Woodward from D4 to D5. That's what we're here for tonight. We're not here to talk about a particular building or a particular development. We are here to consider rezoning. And the 2 parties are the 2 parties that have to come to some agreement on this. As far as a mediator goes, if they are discussing this, then it is up to them to hire a mediator, not a city commissioner. An independent mediator who can work with the 2 parties if there is some negotiation. I'm not hearing that at this point. I heard from Mr. Ratner, yes, he would like to postpone this. Mr. House said he'd be willing, but there has been no contact. Well, you can't mediate if one person thinks this is going in a certain direction and the other person has no contact for 2.5 months. That's not a good basis for moving forward on mediation. So I'm willing to discuss it. I'm willing to consider postponing it. But I'm also willing to vote on what we are being asked to vote on tonight and why we're gathered tonight.
Commissioner Sherman.
Ordinarily, when we have the party petitioning asking for a postponement, we do grant it, regardless of the situation. As far as the rest of the proposed motion, I don't, from what we just heard, I don't see a purpose. The parties will either get together and discuss it or they won't. I have no issue granting a postponement, but that would be the extent of what I would be interested in doing at this point, based on what I just heard.
Commissioner Nikita, go ahead.
I agree. It's very clear that a discussion between the two sides may be worthwhile, and a postponement may be worthwhile if that's what is requested. I see absolutely no reason to interfere until there's some clarity that both sides have some interest in proceeding with some type of solution or direction of a solution. And then I think when we see that there's people on the same page, then we can incorporate the next level, which would be the incorporation of the city and the city's concerns. But keep in mind that this is not on a particular. This isn't regarding a particular project. This is really really revolving around whether we're going to rezone this particular site. So I think we got to be clear that we're not designing a building here. This is about allowing for certain zoning to move forward. We're trying to work with the owner and the adjacent property owners and understanding what the considerations are. And I think if we need a few more weeks for that to happen, and that's a request, and it sounds like both parties are open to that, at least to have that dialogue or further dialogue before we dig in further, then I'm completely open to that as an option. But to interject the city at this point is completely beyond where we're at, and it's not the right move.
Commissioner Sherman, go ahead. Mr. Holt, I'll be right with you.
I'm going to call the question. We have a motion on the table. It doesn't appear that further discussion is going to clarify this any further.
We have comments from the public. Commissioner Sherman, we have Mr. Long. Mr. Bloom?
Right, and I'm going to try again. I made him.
Mr. Bloom?
Yes. Hello.
Yes, we have a motion. You have a comment on the motion?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I was at the original meeting when this issue came up of the D5 zoning. And the D5 zoning, despite what other people have articulately said tonight, the purpose of the D5 was to take 3 non-conforming buildings in downtown Birmingham that were higher in height than other buildings and allow them to be conforming so that they could be renovated. The D5 is not about taking new buildings and allowing them to be built under that zoning. And that was the purpose of the D5, and that's what we were told, and somehow that's morphed into something else. And so for a developer to say that the city or their neighbors are forcing them to build the D4, and I have a lot of respect for Mr. Ratner. I'm sorry, that statement is wrong. This developer purchased this property knowing full well what it was zoned and is trying to do something else. So if the city is going to entertain that, then the city needs some things back. And I mean something that is not so costly that it would make it prohibitive for the developer to build the building, but the city has goals and objectives too. And I would point the commission and anyone in the public to Brad Porter's 2 eloquent letters about how that should be done. But under no circumstances should we be giving the developer a rezoning so he can make millions of dollars, and then the city and the residents don't benefit proportionally from that. The other thing is Mr. Nikita had said that, and I don't disagree with the principle, that we're not voting on a design, you're voting on the rezoning. With respect to this particular building and its adjacency to the Birmingham Place and the architecture of the Birmingham Place, if you're going to do a D5, you have to design the building. Because if you don't, this developer, after you rezone it to D5, can sell it to someone else, and then you get something else that nobody might like, but that no one can stop you. So if you're going to do this, there has to be design, there has to be provisions in it, there has to be snapbacks to snapback zoning or something like that if it even exists, to prevent the property being flipped and redesigned into something else that nobody expected or wanted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom. Mr. Long, Mr. Long, I see your hand raised. Are you there?
Mr. Mayor, will you please remind the public that this comments are limited to the motion, which is whether to grant a postponement and appoint a committee. It's really not on the rezoning itself. That would be part of the public hearing.
Appreciate that, Commissioner Sherman. Mr. Long, are you there? I guess we have no public comment. Mr. Schwartz.
We have Chris.
Chris is not responding, I guess. Mr. Chris Long, are you there? Right.
Am I unmuted?
Mickey Schwartz is on right now.
Am I? Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Schwartz.
Mickey Schwartz, 411 South Old Woodward. I just wanted to address the question that Commissioner Sherman pointed out so elegantly, that we're here to talk about whether or not we should postpone this. And the reality is that Mr. Arpin's letter that went in last week is, I think, a very good statement by Birmingham Place that says we're prepared to move forward with this developer. We've had our differences for 2.5 years. We still have lots of differences. There are a lot of issues that we'd like to discuss. But the whole question right now is only one of whether or not we should postpone it or we should vote tonight on D5. We've talked about this for 2.5 years. We have already gone through all kinds of postponements. We've had all kinds of meetings with the developer. And our letter, actually Jim's letter that came from the Birmingham Place Board to the commission, basically says we are prepared not to fight that D4 development. We believe that that is in the best interest of the city, that there's something should be done on the property. And I would encourage the committee to sit down and basically do your civic duty, which you discussed last, I believe, March 19th of 2019, when you deferred this back to the planning board. And we've been sitting with this kind of uncertainty now for over 2 years. It's time to reach a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. We have any other public comment on the motion, please? I don't see any. I bring it back to the commissioners. Commissioner Host, go ahead.
I just want to add that the reason we've made this motion is so that we can do something like Brad Coulter's July 15th letter, which is not only make the two parties come together, but make sure that the city and our community has input and satisfaction with whatever's resolved. As Coulter's letter would say, we need to protect the community investment. And in this case, hopefully it'll all be community benefit.
Thank you, Commissioner Host. For the clarity of the motion right now in front of us, we're not just voting right now. The motion in front of us is to postpone with a subcommittee of commissioners. I do echo Commissioner Nikita and Sherman on and Commissioner Hall previous comments.
Yeah.
I don't believe I'm supportive myself of a subcommittee of commissions. If that's the motion in front of us, because the motion is not just to postpone right now. The motion is to postpone with 3 commissioners to be a subcommittee to be involved. If that's, am I clear on the motion, Alex? Is that the motion in front of us?
Yep, it was a motion to continue the hearing on September 14th, to have discussion to form the subcommittee with 3 commissioners, representatives of Birmingham Place and the developers, and then to work on an agreement that would bind the parties to determine the specifications of a SLUP and a rough draft of a site plan.
Okay, well, let's call the vote. I think right now is for Alex. Would you, Mr. Ratner, you have something to say on the motion, please? I'm gonna call the vote.
Yeah, I have a call from my clients. They said they can't be unmuted and they wanted to talk. So is there a problem getting them unmuted?
They have to raise their hand digitally.
They have to raise their hand, Mr. Ratner.
All right. Then up on the right-hand side.
Was it Mr. Long? I've called his name several times. I'm not sure if that's who you're referring to.
I see 2 hands up right now.
Thank you.
All right, so we've got.
Can you hear us? Hello?
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Jerade Marcus. I'm the developer. I would just like to set a few things straight, just in case there's some confusion. We always knew that these buildings were zoned D4. Let there be no mistake. We knew what we bought. We always knew from day one what they were zoned. At the same time, we also knew there was an ordinance passed that allows a D5 request if you're adjacent or abutting to, which definition got switched and changed through city council meetings and other studies. So we always knew what we were getting into. The bottom line is this. I honestly don't want to build a D4 building because I think a D4 building will impact the Birmingham Place more severely than if we try to get a D5 building or a hybrid D4, D5 building or something that will give them more air and light than what I proposed in building a D4. It was not a threat when I told them I will put a D4 there. It was only because of right. But I wanted to, after 2 years of trying to deal with the Birmingham Place residents, we went there twice. We met with them and asked them, how can we make this work for you guys? And they did not want it. So we were very, very frustrated. And we said, okay, you force us to build what we are allowed to by zoning, which is a D4. Prior to our last meeting with the Planning Commission, I reached out to Birmingham Place's meeting. I submitted plans to them. I said, here's what we could potentially do to appease the Birmingham Place residents. It was a building that had cascading towards Woodward, which gave a lot of air and light to a lot more stories than a D4 would give. And I asked their attorney, can you please discuss it with them? If there's something they're willing to sit down and discuss, I'd be more than happy to willing to sit down and discuss and create a design that would work with them. I got no response back. And I submitted plans. I spent money, time, and effort and drawings to get plans into their hands to say, hey, look, this is something we can potentially do that would be a benefit to you and to me. I do not want to build a D4 because I think it would be a bigger detriment to you than building a D5. I submitted these plans.
I would again reiterate that we have a motion on the floor, and the question is whether to postpone this.
I guess my question would be is, I'm willing to negotiate and sit down with these folks in good faith and show them all my cards. If they don't want to sit down with me, then I guess you're right, we don't. But I would implore the Birmingham Place residents to really sit down and have an honest conversation about what we can do based on those plans we sent and see what we can modify from there. If they have zero interest and they only want a D4, then unfortunately that is their answer. But if I would ask the commission to ask the residents, people who have the loudest voice from that association, do they really want to negotiate in good faith? If they do, I'm willing to talk. If they don't, then I think they've given everybody their answer. But I do want to sit down and find a good resolution with them.
All right, Mr. DeRade, I believe we got your message. I appreciate your comments. I think right now we're just going to focus on postponing if we have support to postpone for a later date, and that will give you the opportunity to really for the attorneys to get together and discuss, and that conversation should happen really among you two guys, and hopefully you can come to an agreement, and hopefully the city don't need to get involved. Again, I don't want to elaborate on something right now where we have a motion and seconded. Alex, I'd like you to call the roll on that, please.
All right. Commissioner Baylor?
Yeah. Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita?
No.
Commissioner Sherman?
No.
Commissioner Hawk?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Long is recusing, and Mayor Boutros?
No. I'll bring it back to the commission to entertain the motion. Commissioner Sherman, go ahead, please.
I will move that we will postpone this until September 14th. And that's the extent of the motion.
It's just
and I have a comment if it's seconded.
Correct. And it's seconded by Commissioner Host? Yes. Yep. So we have a motion on the floor to postpone it to a date of September 14th by Commissioner Sherman, seconded by Commissioner Host. I'd like to take please short discussion on comments from the commission on the motion. Commissioner Sherman, go ahead, and Commissioner Hoff, you're next, please.
I would strongly encourage both sides to sit down and talk. If they don't, just remember, I have said it twice already, I will repeat it. to both sides. Be careful what you wish for because you might get it. As to Birmingham Place, the D4 may not be exactly what you think it is. And for the developer, D5 may impose more restrictions than you're comfortable with. So you both have downside in this, whether you realize it or not. And I know this has been going on for quite some time. I would strongly encourage you to sit down, see if anything can be worked out before this comes back to the commission.
Well said, Commissioner Sherman. Commissioner Hoff, would you like to say
Yes,
something?
I would. I don't object to the parties negotiating, but it seems to me that in 2.5 years, they had enough time to negotiate. I listened to both sides tonight, and I saw the letter, and I am prepared to move forward on a vote tonight, as I thought we were going to do. So I don't have strong objections to postponing, but I really don't think it's necessary. I think I'm prepared for one person to vote tonight, and I am not going to support the motion.
Commissioner Baller, on the motion, please.
Yeah, I'm not going to support it either, not because I think the city commissioners ought to be on a subcommittee or, I mean, I could live with a post. I came here thinking that Birmingham Place actually was interested in talking and was actually interested in a better project. And actually that the city commission was interested in a better project. But it's clear that there's only two of us on the commission who really care about getting a better project here. And Birmingham Place has zero interest in talking. Now, I mean, I'm not sure I understood what Mr. Schwartz was saying, and I was trying to get a clarification, but the best I could discern from what he was saying was that he's happy with the D4. So, you know, I say let's just vote, get it out of the way. I don't want to come back and listen to this again.
1 second, Mr. Howell, please. Commissioners, any other comment? Mr. Patrick Howell, go ahead. Oh, Commissioner Nikita? Sorry, 1 sec. Go ahead, Commissioner Nikita.
Well, I was just going to say, I think that, you know, there seems to be some opportunity to have a dialogue so that there's a little bit more comfort level. We obviously know that there's a lot of different people interested in where this goes one way or another. There's a lot of people that live directly adjacent to the site that are very concerned about what will be built there. We've received a lot of letters and a lot of contact from people. It's very clear that there's a lot of concern about what will happen going forward. And I think that we owe at least the benefit of the doubt, giving the parties at least one last opportunity to have a bit more dialogue about this. If it doesn't result in anything, then so be it. I was prepared to vote tonight as well, and I could continue to do that. But I think that the request has been put out there, and it's worthy of giving a few more weeks. We've gone this far so far, and it's worth hearing that we may be able, after this dialogue, may be able to get more people, at least in some understanding of what's there. And then I think we can proceed on finding the best way that it can fit into the community by way of the zoning that we have there or any alteration for that. So to me, it's worth a couple more weeks, and I could support the motion. Let's just see and hope that the parties will spend some time to get on the same page and get some clarity on all of this.
Any other commissioners? I have some public comments. And Commissioner Host, go ahead before I give it to Mr. Howie, and then the public comments too.
You know, I'm enough of an optimist to think that if we punt to September 14th, that if everybody comes to the table with good faith, that an agreement can be worked out. Though I still want to say the bigger community, all of Birmingham, should have some benefit in whatever is done there aesthetically, as well as just overall benefit. And that's why I hope the two parties can get together.
Thank you, Commissioner Host, for your comment. I'll give it to Mr. Howie. Your turn, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We, as Birmingham Place, certainly don't think a postponement is necessary, but we leave it to the commission to determine that. This has been going on long enough, and it's ironic that the applicant has been complaining that this has been dragged on so long, and now they're the ones asking for a postponement. This is how the conversation has gone. Here's our D5 massing, and if you don't support D5 massing, you're going to be sorry for what you get under D4. That's the tone of the negotiation. So we're not going to design the building for them, but if there's some negotiation, please present it, because we've been given D5 at 9 stories and D4 at 5 stories with an underlying threat that we're going to be sorry for not getting on board with D5. So to me, that's not a negotiation. So I haven't received anything since the planning board meeting. I was given, as Mr. Marcus stated, he sent me the D5 and the D4 prior to that hearing, but that's not any type of negotiation, especially when it's put under, you're going to be sorry for the D4. So if we have to postpone this, please present something that is a compromise, and please don't deliver it in a threatening way. And I'd reiterate, I haven't heard a thing today, last week, anything leading up to this meeting from the applicant regarding compromise or discussion or meetings. So we certainly think all the arguments have been made. The master plan speaks for 5-story buildings. Friends have spoken of 5-story buildings. So tonight should be the vote on the rezoning, and that's the only issue before the board. But if we need to postpone this again, we'll be waiting to hear from the applicant, and we'll be participating in future meetings with the city commission. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Hoff, go ahead.
I have heard several commissioners say, well, if we could postpone it, we can postpone it and hopefully they will reach some agreement. In my mind, the agreement has been reached. The applicant came to the planning board with a plan for a 4-story building, and it was approved by the planning board and accepted by the abutting building. So to me, an agreement was reached. Now, why there's some discussion on changing the agreement, that I don't understand. So it seems to me that I am not in favor of postponing. I'm in favor of voting tonight.
Mr. Coulter.
There we go. I think you can hear me. Thank you. I'm in favor of postponing. One thing that strikes me during the conversation is that we're acting like this is Birmingham Place's decision. It's not. It's the city's decision. If we have a developer who wants D5, and he obviously does, otherwise the D4 building would have been built a long time ago. We have an opportunity to negotiate a design that fits in with the goals of the city. We have an opportunity to negotiate other things such as attainable housing, 100% parking on site, maybe local businesses as ground floor retail. I think we have a very good opportunity here to drive the direction and development of downtown, and we should take advantage of it. If Birmingham Place wants to participate, fine, but let's make it clear and let's focus the discussion. This is the city's decision. We have to do what's in the best interest of the city. So I would hope Birmingham Place would participate, but if not, so be it. But let's negotiate with the developer and see what we can do.
Thank you, Mr. Coulter, for your comment. Mr. Dan Tehan?
Yes, thank you. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes.
Just one, an observation to begin with is that until when the first motion was out there, until the representative from Birmingham Place spoke, I think everybody on this session was under the impression that there was some dialogue going on that would really come to a head if we could only postpone it a bit and also maybe get some intervention, which I think the motion was suggesting. But once he spoke, I think it was very clear that he's not been reached out to in 2 months. I think it was mid-May. He said, I don't want to put the date in his mouth, but it's been a couple of months. and they made a point that they can't go ahead and design the D5 building for the applicant. So I guess if there's been no dialogue for 2 months, and now all of a sudden there's this idea that maybe over 2 months, and I think Commissioner Huff's comment that there's been enough indication that they don't see it going anywhere. Even if you are going to delay it, I certainly wouldn't delay it 2 months only to come back and say, well, now we have now stood on our same position for 2 months. And so we're now in September. What did we get out of it? So I guess the point would be, and I know the prior comment from Mr. Coulter was that it's indeed the commission's decision, and there's something brought before the commission, and Birmingham Place has made it pretty clear that they don't see a solution out based on the way that they've been dialoguing back and forth with the applicant and their architect. So just that's the observation. I think it is in line with what Commissioner Huff had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dehan, for your comments. I have one other public hand raised. Is that Mr. Long or is it Mr. DeRade?
Yes.
We're together. Can you hear us?
Go ahead. Please state your name for the record. Who's speaking?
Once again, it's DeRade Marcus and Chris Long. All right.
Okay.
So, I guess it's obvious that the dialogue has not been there, but I did reach out. I spent an enormous amount of money on plans and drawings and sent them to Mr. Howe. And I said, please talk to your clients. Is this something we can work out? This was before our planning commission meeting. So I did reach out. I didn't hear anything back. And I can only push them so far because every turn I take was a no, a door shut in our face. They don't want to hear about it. I think it's incumbent upon the city to say, okay, we have two parties going at it. What is the best thing for the city? I truly believe that the board should step in and say, Birmingham Place, you would be benefited more by having a building built to a slup that gives more air, light, and day to the Birmingham Place than just a D4 building that goes up 80 feet in a rectangle. I really do think it's incumbent upon the city to do what's best for all the residents, even for the residents that don't see the full picture sometimes. I can build a D4 by right. I can build a better building, and I think everybody can see that by building a D5 subject to a slup with controls and parameters set forth by the city. And I just think in my heart of hearts that the Birmingham Place residents think that it's going to be a 9-story block all the way up without any say-so from the city. And unfortunately, as much as I try to convey that message, I don't think the Birmingham Place wants to hear it. That being said, I think it's time for the city to step in and say, this is what's best for the city. We'll allow the developer with a very short leash to develop a 9-story building that will benefit the city as a whole. And I'm okay with that because I don't want to build a D4 because I truly believe it's not the best use of that property for all parties involved.
Thank you, Mr. Marcus, for your comment. Do I see Mr. Schwartz? One second, Mr. Howe. Mr. Schwartz?
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify something that Mr. Marcus said. He did submit plans to Birmingham Place for a proposed D5 project. We did review them as a group and we discussed it. And we came to the conclusion that the D4 was really in the best interest. As Commissioner Sherman said, both sides have some downside. It's not clear whether we're right or wrong, but it is the position of Birmingham Place to go ahead, as Mr. Ratner said, to be ready to go. They're ready to go forward. Mr. Marcus is ready to go forward. It's time for a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Okay, no further. Who? I'm sorry.
Long again. Long again.
Oh, that's Steve. Mr. Marcus, your hand is still raised, or Mr. Long, if you don't mind, if you're done with your comment, you don't have to keep your hand raised. Mr. Dehan, do you have any other things to say, or is your hand still raised?
I do. Again, now Mr. Schwartz has kind of reaffirmed what Mr. Howie said, And so they've said that they actually did look at it and review what was presented to them. And so they're kind of telling you that they've had already, I guess you could say, not negotiation, but dialogue with them about what the D5 would look like. So I'm not necessarily sure that, again, a postponement for 60 days, that's a whole long time to get beyond this, when Mr. Schwartz and Mr. Howie have just both said, we actually saw what they presented and it's not something that we are interested in. So again,
Right.
Commissioner Huff's comment, it's almost like you know where they stand.
Thank you, Mr. Tihan. Mr. Howie, would you like to say something? Unmute yourself, please. Unmute yourself.
It's clear we stand where we stand on 9 stories, and the record reflects that numerous times. It's a no. So we haven't seen anything but 5 stories and 9 stories. So, I would agree, if we're going to postpone this, it better be something that's closer to 5 stories, because 9 stories, we're just wasting our time. But from what Mr. Marcus just said, it sounds like he's ready for a vote too. He didn't propose anything regarding 6 stories or 5 stories with half of it, so I didn't hear anything from him that he was ready to propose anything other than 5 or 9. And we're sorry, we're going to be, wishing we wanted 9 when they present 5, which is unfortunate. So I haven't heard a thing from Mr. Marcus or Mr. Ratner regarding a hybrid. We've got two concepts on the table, one of which has been unanimously approved by the planning board and reflects the current zoning of downtown Birmingham, as opposed to 3 non-conforming uses. So let's vote.
Thank you, Mr. Howie.
Hello.
The last comment before the vote myself. I really do want to give the benefit of the doubt to the applicant. I hope the intentions are well to do what's best for the city. It is not about the Birmingham place and the developer. I believe the end result should be what suits that zone, that specific parcel to develop the best building for the city. And it's
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Okay.
Are we good? All right. So with that being said, I really want to.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to interject. I just want to leave you with this one last comment. You just got acknowledgement from the other side that I sent plans and I was hoping for a response. I think one of the residents there, they saw it. They had no interest in talking to us. I cannot negotiate against myself. My hope was that they would come back and said, you're on the right direction. We'd like to see A, B, and C done. And I never got that. So when they say that we just said it was a 9-story or a 5-story, that is not true. That's just a patent. It's disingenuous argument. I sent them a hybrid building that cascaded all the way down to Woodward.
Mr. Marcus, that enough. Please let me.
What I'm going to ask is,
I have to stop you, Mr. Marcus. Please.
I'm just going to ask the board to take a vote. I really am. I mean, I think they're not interested in negotiating. It's unfortunate, but I think the board should just take a vote.
I appreciate your comment, but it's not a decision you have to make. We have to make that decision. We have a motion and seconded on the floor. I'd like to continue my comment and give you the floor, Mr. Nikita, in a second. I believe the way it's turning here, he said that's not what we want to postpone for. But I was hoping the intentions are well, that we can develop a great product for the city. But Commissioner Nikita, go ahead with your comment.
Well, I just want to comment on the motion. The motion is to postpone for the potential, and I think that the couple of the comments in my comment was to postpone with the idea that that there would be potentially some dialogue that would come with some collective positive with the residents of Birmingham Place, the developers' interest as well as the city's interest in the dialogue in a matter of a few weeks. I'm getting the sense that neither the Birmingham Place representative, Mr. Howie, and the developer are really interested in pursuing that. So now I'm more reluctant to support the extension, given the fact that it doesn't look like we have a dialogue, potential dialogue, and I don't know if we see 6 weeks going through or whatever the amount of time is, and then finding ourselves with nothing. I don't get the sense that there's a potential opportunity to dialogue. The reason why I would allow for an extension in my mind, or support an extension, is because I was hoping that there would be an interest in that. But it sounds like the interest right now from both parties are just to take the vote tonight, and I'm prepared to do that. So,
Commissioner Hoff.
I agree. I feel that the possible negotiations has deteriorated tonight. I don't know what went on before, but I am not hearing a step in a positive direction for postponing this. I said several minutes ago or a half an hour ago, I'm prepared to take the vote on the reason, what we have on our agenda tonight. I would like to do that, and I am not supporting the motion.
Commissioner Sherman.
Based on the conversation I've heard here, both from the petitioner, developer, and from representatives of the Birmingham place, I see no reason to even vote on this motion, and I would respectfully request it be withdrawn.
Okay. Motion withdrawal, Alex?
Commissioner Hof seconded. Does he have to withdraw his second?
I would withdraw my second.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, I guess we need to have Ms. Ecker give us a presentation as to why we're here.
About to say that, the intention was to create some great harmony there, but obviously it went the wrong direction. Jenna Ecker, our planning director, welcome on board. Put your seatbelt and give us the presentation.
Okay, well, hello again. All right, well, I think you have all heard about this property a lot over the last 2.5 years. So I will try to hit the high points and not go through every last item. But it is the property that is currently, there's 2 one-story buildings on the site, the former Talmer Bank site and the former Mountain King site, just south of Birmingham Place, 469 to 479 South Old Woodward. It's currently zoned B3 and D4, which, as you've heard, does allow up to 5 stories in height, and a mix of uses that is retail, commercial, residential, etc. That 5-story in height allows them to go potentially up to 80 feet in height. So what the applicant is asking for is a rezoning to D5. So the underlying zoning would stay the same at B3, but the overlay zoning would go to D5, which would allow for height over 5 stories if and only if the applicant is willing to agree to a special land use permit and any conditions that the city commission might attach to it. And they are only allowed to go up to, but not exceeding, the height of an abutting building, which in this case is Birmingham Place. We are not going to talk about any particular development or any site plan at this time because, as you've mentioned, this is a rezoning application only. There is a separate site plan application that's working through the planning board. So the request tonight is simply to rezone to D5. When we go through this, basically the applicant applied in June of 2018, I believe, originally for a rezoning request. I won't go through every meeting that it's been heard at since, but it went to the planning board, it went to the city commission, there was some discussion. The city commission ended up taking no action the last time it was heard by you. There were several comments made about concerns about the ordinance and several other questions. The applicant then came back to the planning board and said, well, since there wasn't any action at the commission last June, I believe, we would like to have these questions clarified or answered, clarify the applicable standards for building height, clarify the meaning of adjacent, immediately adjacent or abutting, and determine which properties to consider, if any, for rezoning to R5. So the planning board then went through a review of those issues and then moved on to another rehearing on the rezoning for the property. Basically, they said that the building height is very clearly identified how to calculate it in the zoning ordinance. There was no need to address that. They did move forward with ordinance amendments to clarify the meaning of immediately adjacent or abutting. And as you know, over the past year, that ordinance language did come to you and you did approve it. And it did change the language of the D5 to state for properties abutting is the height that is allowed on this site. And so it's not immediately adjacent as in 2 stories or 2 properties down or across the street, but it very clearly tightened it up to say not properties across the street, only those properties that are abutting, and abutting was defined to state sharing a property line. So the only property that 469 and 479 would abut would be Birmingham Place to the north. So they could go, if rezoned to D5, up to but not exceeding the height of Birmingham Place. Lastly, the applicant had asked the planning board to determine which properties, if any, to consider for rezoning to D5. I mentioned that only because it's part of the history of this. Planning board discussed that and in the end asked DPZ to do a study and determine and provide their professional planning recommendations as to which properties those should be. DPZ did that. This property was one of those that DPZ did recommend for rezoning to D5. So then the planning board then came back and considered the motion for rezoning. It had another hearing on the matter. And as you know, it was a split vote. And ultimately, the planning board recommended 4-3 that the city commission consider rezoning this property under the overlay from D4 to D5. Does anybody want any further information on the history? Because that was sort of an overview. Okay. So the history of a property, basically, as I mentioned, there's 1-story buildings on both the sites right now. There were buildings on that site. There were auto sales companies, there were banks, there were restaurants, etc. over the past 50, 60, 70 years. With regards to the rezoning request that was originally made 2 years ago, as you know, there are several things that the applicant is required to submit for a rezoning application. They are required to submit a plot plan and a survey that lays out all of the details of the property. I do have that. If you want to see it, we can put it up on the screen. They're also required to provide several different issues or explanations of several different items. One, an explanation of why the rezoning is necessary for the preservation and enjoyment of the rights of usage commonly associated with property ownership. 2, an explanation of why the existing zoning classification is no longer appropriate. 3, an explanation of why the proposed rezoning will not be detrimental to the surrounding properties. So those are the 3 items that the applicants have to argue for in their application. So the applicant's response to the first one, which is an explanation of why the rezoning is necessary for the preservation and enjoyment of the rights of usage commonly associated with property ownership. The applicants state that the rezoning is necessary to preserve the applicant's enjoyment of rights to allow mixed uses. Their argument is that because of the size and the corner configuration of this parcel, it will not adequately support a mix of uses for street level retail, residential, parking, etc. On the same site like the other properties in the area can. They also state that the 2016 plan clearly anticipates mixed-use developments and that in order for them to have that on this site, given the fact especially that they're not in the parking assessment district, that this would also mean that they would need to have a rezoning. They state that the D5 ordinance anticipates that the subject property and those similarly situated, which is Birmingham Place and the 555 building to the south, may enjoy the same rights of usage through an extension of height as other existing tall buildings already enjoy in the D5, and they would like to have the same property rights as those other immediately abutting properties. Second point, an explanation of why the existing zoning classification is no longer appropriate. The applicant's response to that is to state that it's no longer appropriate because the property is subject or surrounded by Birmingham Place, a 10-story building on the north side, and then across the street to the south, the 555 buildings, which is a 15-story building, at least the commercial portion of it, or sorry, the residential portion of it, and then there's also the commercial portion, but they're all one building. And essentially that has established a pattern in the area of the height that is expected in that area, and their request is simply for an infill rezoning in order to bring the entire area into architectural and design harmony with the surrounding buildings. They believe it's reasonable for the subject property owner to share the same zoning classification as those properties to the north and south of them. They also argue that it will create a more unified block and enhance the character of the gateway area to downtown Birmingham. And they state that the rezoning would restore the property to a zoning classification that this area did once enjoy in the 1970s, and that it would then bring it into an equivalent situation of Birmingham Place and the 555 building, which were rezoned into D5 to preserve that and take away their legal nonconforming status. Finally, they state that the site is sandwiched between these two properties with much greater height, and this would bring them up to the same, allow them to build up to the same height. Third explanation, an explanation of why the proposed rezoning will not be detrimental to the surrounding properties. The applicant's response is that the proposed rezoning does not extend the D5 classification further to the north or the south of the current D5 zoning. Hold on one second. Sorry, I didn't want to cough in your ear. But again, it's an infill site, so it doesn't extend the boundaries of the D5 in terms of going out further to the north, south, east, or west in the neighborhood, but it fills in an infill property. Their argument also is that when these neighboring properties were rezoned to D5, the planning board anticipated that eventually the subject property may also be rezoned. For similar reasons that were just stated, placing it on equal footing with the surrounding properties from a structural, use, and design perspective. The applicant states that the proposed rezoning will enhance the entire area by allowing it to be developed in a harmonious and attractive manner for South Old Woodward. So, as I stated, they are required to provide a plot plan, a survey with all of the information. They have provided all of that. Then what we do is we go through a review, and the ordinance says in Article 7, Section 7, that the planning board has to make written findings of fact and transmit these along with their recommendations to the city commission. And when making their findings of fact, the planning board shall look at the evidence presented with respect to the following matters. 1, the objectives of the city's then current master plan and the city's 2016 plan. 2, the existing uses of property within the general area of the property in question. 3, the zoning classification of property within the general area of the property in question. 4, the suitability of the property in question to the uses permitted under the existing zoning classification. And 5, the trend of development in the general area of the property in question, including any changes which have taken place in the zoning classifications. So the planning board and the planning division obviously went through a review of each of these 5 items, and then the planning board makes a decision and a recommendation to the city commission as to what their view is after they've considered these 5 items. So with regards to an analysis of the first item, the objectives of the city's then current master plan and the city's 2016 plan. The purpose of the zoning ordinance itself is to guide the growth and development of the city in accordance with the goals, objectives, and strategies stated within the Birmingham Future Land Use Plan and the Downtown Birmingham 2016 Plan. A review of both plans reveals that the proposal to rezone the property to D5 does meet the spirit and intent of both the zoning ordinance and the 2016 plan, in that the 2016 plan recommends specific building heights and massing that would appropriately define the public street, that they would be harmonious with other buildings immediately next door and adjacent to. The 2016 plan does require first floor retail along Old Woodward and encourages a mix of uses within buildings to support an active live, work, and play environment for downtown, all of which the D5 zoning would in fact support as well. Lastly, that the proposed building in D5 would allow for mixed uses and a scale that would match the adjacent buildings, which would also support the improvement of the streetscape along South Old Woodward, Hazel, and Woodward. By building a building up to the property line as envisioned by the 2016 plan. Also, the 2016 plan recommends that the city should encourage buildings that are substantial on Woodward, that front Woodward and create a positive image for the city and put their best foot forward and not turn their back on Woodward. And that's something that could also be accomplished through the development of this property under B5. Second element, existing uses of properties within the general area in question. We've already discussed Birmingham Place is to the north. They are a mix of uses, first floor retail, and then a mix of commercial and retail and residential. 555 to the south, the same thing, mix of commercial, retail, and residential. This property is also located on Woodward, and across Woodward to the east, the properties over there are also commercial, generally commercial and retail buildings. And then across South Old Woodward to the west, there's a commercial center with both retail and commercial uses, the CVS, drugstore, dry cleaners, clothing store, etc. So they looked at that, and obviously the proposed uses in D5 would be harmonious with the uses in the surrounding area as well. Third element was for us to look at the zoning classification of property within the general area of the property in question. As I mentioned, the properties both to the north and south of the site on Old Woodward are zoned B3 and D5, which is what they're requesting, and does allow a mix of residential, retail, and commercial uses, and does allow buildings over 5 stories in height. The property to the east across Woodward Avenue is zoned MU5 because it's in the Triangle District. And over there, that allows 6 stories in height and 78 feet. The property to the west across South Old Woodward is zoned B2B and D2, which allows a mix of uses and a building up to 3 stories and 56 feet in height. The fourth item that we look at is the suitability of the property in question to the uses permitted under the existing zoning classification. Under the current zoning, it's not the underlying zoning that's being changed, so the uses would actually remain the same. Retail, commercial, residential, mixed uses would all be permitted, both under the zoning in question and the proposed zoning, changing the overlay classification from D4 to D5. One comment that was made there in the report was that even if the property was developed to allow the mix of uses in 5 stories, it would not necessarily be compatible with the buildings on the north and south side, given the height differentiation between the two. The fifth item to look at is the trend of development in the general area of the property in question, including any changes which have taken place in the zoning classification. Down in this area, there has not been new development or new construction that has taken place in the last, long time, frankly, 2 decades. The 555 building was extensively renovated on the outside and the inside, but there's been no new construction. However, there was rezoning changes that were made in 2016 and 2017 when the D5 zone was created, and the Merrillwood, Birmingham Place, and 555 buildings were rezoned to D5. So overall, the findings of the report and of the planning board were that the applicant does meet the established zoning ordinance requirements in section 7.02 of the zoning ordinance to qualify for a rezoning of the property from D4 to D5 in the downtown overlay district for the purpose of building as high but no higher than the abutting building to the north. Given the recommendations of the 2016 plan, the existing mix of uses in the immediate area, and the size and quality of the buildings and the buildings surrounding, the proposal to rezone to D5 is appropriate and compatible with both the zoning and height of properties within the general area. In addition, rezoning to D5 is consistent with recent zoning changes from D4 to D5 for adjacent properties within the downtown overlay district. So essentially, as I stated, the planning board did vote to recommend that the city commission consider approving the rezoning from B3 D4 to B3 D5 to allow a future building to be built in greater than 5 stories in height, which would of course require a special land use permit as the zoning ordinance requires.
Right, Mr. Sacker, thank you. Commissioners, question for Jenna on the plan. Commissioner Nikita.
Just the last comment, Jana, about the planning board. I know there was a lot of dialogue back and forth, and I'm aware that there was a lot of let's just say there were a number of planning board members that seemed to be on the fence on this and went back and forth. Just to clarify, the vote that was the vote to approve the rezoning to D5 was a 4-3 vote, right?
That's correct.
So it wasn't unanimous, and it was actually, it was quite a challenge, and there was a lot of dialogue, and it wasn't a strong vote one way or the other. It was obviously right.
It was a split decision, as it was, a year ago when they had the hearing on it previously.
So they clearly struggled with it throughout the dialogue, I would imagine.
You may continue, Commissioner Nikita.
Yeah, I had a question I'm not sure if it's I don't think it's for Jana. I think it's more for maybe for city manager or our legal counsel. We've had a significant amount of letters and input on this project over the course of the many months or years or whatever however you want to dissect that. But recently, there's been the petitions that have come through, and there's been a couple. And to clarify the circumstance that we have tonight about what is required based on the petitions that we've had, can somebody address that for those who are listening, the residents and the public, so that we understand what the criteria is for this vote? It's a bit unique in that regard. So if we could get an update on that and clarity for everybody.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. In regard to the petitions that have been filed, there's actually two petitions, both from the folks at the Birmingham place. Second one, just to kind of reaffirm that the first one was still valid. In fact, in discussions, both of them are valid. That presents a requirement for the commission, if they were to approve the rezoning under section 7.02 of the zoning ordinance, would have to have a supermajority vote of 3/4 of the commission approving the rezoning, which requires 6 votes by the commission. So in regards to that petition, it does exist, it is valid, and it does require 6 votes for the commission to approve the rezoning this evening.
Mr. Mayor?
Please, go ahead. You may continue. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Joe. That's what I was interested in hearing. I just do want to clarify again for everybody, so that what that means is, because we have one recused commissioner, that there are only 6 commissioners actually voting on this. So in regards to the rezoning, if any one commissioner doesn't vote, then the motion will fail. Be clear.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we do need 6 votes. Commissioners, any questions for Jenna? Commissioner Host, go ahead. Commissioner Hoff, sorry. Unmute yourself, please.
Yes. I'd like to just refresh my memory on the last time this came before the commission. It seems to me that was some time ago, and we didn't have a clear vote one way or the other. Is that correct?
That's correct. It was March 11th of 2019.
Okay. And there was a vote?
There was a lot of discussion, and if I am paraphrasing here, but if I remember correctly, there was a motion to deny that did not pass. There was a motion to approve that did not pass, and there was a motion to send it back to the planning board that did not pass. So in the end, the commission said, well, we'll have our attorney talk to your attorney and figure out where we stand in terms of this matter. And it was determined that there was no formal action taken as a result of the motions that were made and did not stand that night.
And was that 1 year ago? When did
It was March 11th of 2019. So a year and a couple of months ago. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Commissioner Sherman, go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Okay. I just want to go back to heights of the buildings that are surrounding. on either side of this proposed property. The 555 building is you've got two towers. How tall is the closest tower?
The closest tower, I don't have the number off the top of my head. I know the tallest one, I believe, is 180 or 180, I believe. But the smaller tower that's attached to the same one, I don't know. With regards to Birmingham Place, I believe it's 114 feet.
Okay, does that include the mechanicals?
Probably, because it's the maximum height. In the downtown overlay, the maximum height does go up to the top of the mechanical.
Do we know what where the eaves of that building are?
I do not.
I think it's right around 100, but
right around 100. Okay.
Yeah, I believe that discussion, Commissioner Sherman, that question was risen at that time, as my recollection, by Commissioner Nikita. And
I recall that also, and I wanted to get that information back out there. I was looking for it in the minutes and I didn't see it. It's somewhere in these, 600 pages.
That's correct.
It is there.
Jenna, on that same line of what Commissioner Sherman asked, I recall the new, if the D5 height would allow them to go 3 more stories, and we got really hung up on if with the D4 existing, how many floor would that cover from the D5 versus D4 versus the D5 when they go higher. And my recollection was only 1 story extra or 2?
No, it would be more than 1. But the D4 would allow 5 stories. And in the D4, the maximum height is 80 feet. So there's quite a bit of room within that 80 feet to build tall ceiling heights on each of your 5 floors. The Birmingham Place, as I understand, is 10 floors, but they do not have taller ceiling heights on each of the floors. So they fit in quite a few stories into that space, whereas on the site in D5, they would be allowed to go up to the height of the Birmingham Place, which I'm estimating is about 114 feet, but they could fit in. There's no restriction on how many floors. If they want to make that 5 floors or 6 floors or 8 floors or 10 floors, as long as they can fit it in to that 114 feet that we're guesstimating, then that's what they're allowed. They don't necessarily have to match the floor levels with the building next door, but merely the overall height is capped at the height of the building next door.
Yeah, that's what I recall. Thank you, Jenna. Yeah, I recall when they came back with the second design also, Jenna, my recollection, with more air and more light, that the building sets back with the elevation that would allow them to go further high. But thank you. That answered my question. Commissioner Nikita.
Yeah, just to clarify the number, I just looked up on 609, page 609 of the digital package that I'm looking at. The actual parapet, the height of the prominent building is 98 feet 2 inches. So it's 18 feet 2 inches above the maximum zoning of the D4, which is 80 feet. So that would be, I think, if we looked at the maximum of a D5 to the adjacent and abutting, going back to that would be to the 98 foot 2 inch level. And that's based on the drawings that were provided by the developer.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Nikita. Commissioner Hoff, go ahead.
Mayor, I have a question in regard to the motion. In my packet, I see that there is one option, a public hearing to consider the proposed rezoning of 469, 479 South Old Woodward from B3D4 to B3D5. And correct. That is a resolution approving it.
Correct.
What if you want to deny it? Do you make a motion or isn't it necessary? The motion would be made to approve it, and if you don't approve it, it's considered a denial. I asked that question, or is an alternative motion to deny it?
That's a good question, Commissioner Hop. I'm going to let Mr. Valentine, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think for clarity on this, it's probably better that you take a motion to deny the application rather than to take no action. The request last time resulted in taking no action, and I think there was some confusion as a result of that. In this case, if your intention is to approve it, I suggest you make the motion to approve it. And if your intention is to deny it, you make the motion to deny it.
Commissioner Hop, probably you asked a different question, didn't you? In a sense, you wanted to see if somebody make a motion, if it doesn't pass, we don't need any other motion, obviously. That means it's rejected.
Oh, no, the manager said that to make a motion, if you want to make a motion to deny, that would then be a conclusive answer to this issue.
Correct.
And so if we're ready, I'd like to make a motion. But I don't want to cut off any discussion if anyone has any questions or wants to go further.
Yeah, I'll give it a moment for the commission. I see Commissioner Sherman's hand.
I just want to remember, we're in a public hearing, so we have to wait for the public hearing.
I have to close the public hearing first.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yes, we're not ready yet. Commissioners, any questions for Jenna? We're still under Jenna's, our director, planning director presentation, and I'm open it to questions and clarifications for Ms. Ecker. Commissioners, any other question for Jenna? From the public, any question for Jenna? Mr. Ratner?
Yes, Mr. Long.
Oh, Mr. Long first. Is that Mr. Marcus? Whoever, Mr. Marcus, go ahead. I'll give you the floor since your hand was raised first.
Mr. Long, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I would kind of ask that you mercifully deny us. Please?
Say that again, Mr. Long.
I'm asking that you mercifully deny us. This is a very bad discussion to have had. We are trying to do the right thing. And we have discussed this with our neighbors to the north, Birmingham Place. They've not actually responded, by the way. In all deference to Mr. Howe, they have not talked to us. They've not responded. They have not engaged at all. We've sent them drawings. We've communicated with them, and they don't really respond. So I'm suggesting to you as a commission, they would prefer to have a D4 building, which is a 5-story building, next to them. So we are completely comfortable doing that, even though it's not the best thing that could happen on that site. So,
got it. Thank you, Mr. Long.
Okay.
Thank you for your comment. Mr. Ratner, would you like to add something? The floor is yours, Mr. Ratner.
Thank you. Let's see.
Any question for Jenna or any clarification?
No clarification. I wanted to give a presentation using the materials. Let's see. I can start my video now. Thank you. Hold on.
Would you like us to share that video?
There we go.
Are you sharing the video with us, Mr. Ratner? Because we don't see anything.
I put my video on.
Okay, go ahead. Do you? No, my question is that for you to give us a presentation, not for you to share it with us on the screen, right?
Well, my face is on the screen, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
In your packet, I'd like to back up for a minute. I know that everybody on this board has the best interests of the city at heart. I'd like to go back to a PowerPoint, and I'd like to go back to it in your material. It's on page 836. If you can go there. I don't know if you can get to it. Janet, can you put it up or not?
I cannot share a screen right now, but I believe that our IT director can do it from there if you have the page number. If not, if somebody can make me a co-host, I can probably put it up on my screen.
Let me know when I can continue.
Alex, can you
Can you
Anna's the co-host right now.
Okay, and what was the page number, Mr. Ratner?
836. 836.
All right. Oh,
It's an overhead shot.
836. Give me a minute to find it because I have to get to that page, 836. Almost there. Okay. All right. I will start sharing my screen and hopefully you will be able to see it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All of you are concerned with this zoning and what it means. And I show you that shot because there's something very obvious here. From a planning perspective and land use perspective, it's a hole. It's a badly developed area, and it's next to a building that's attractive and large. And that building can be added to by allowing us to go to a D5 alternative. Now go to the next slide, please, which is 37. Over the years, this was an exhaustive study, all of it by well-respected people, independent consultants, and your own planning commission. Our responsibility is not only to us, but not only to the Birmingham place, but to get the right zoning and planning for this area. In this particular presentation, it shows that we even had a mini downtown area study done because the Planning Commission wanted to make sure that this was the right zoning. Now, we have developed a presentation that meets every single element of what you need for rezoning. We're trying to get South Old Woodward to look as handsome as it possibly can in our overlay district. And I think we're missing an opportunity. Now, I would like to back up because we got to remember what we're doing. We can't get down in the weeds and say it's just an argument between Birmingham Place and us, because that discussion leads us down the wrong path. We're talking about planning and zoning, and we have some damn good experts on that, both on this board and that have put their hands on this. And they've all come up with the same idea. Yes, it was a close vote, but it's a tough decision, but really not that tough. If you go out further and consider the city as a whole, when every single element of the zoning ordinance is shown to be over these 600 pages met, then we've got to seriously consider not to be denied. Added to that, I've been in many mediations myself over the period of, I don't want to say how many years I practiced. But it takes give and take. And it takes, as Commissioner Hoff knows, the two parties looking at each other, talking about it. You don't start out there, you end up there. That's what we were trying to do. If you deny us tonight, I believe this zoning change, which was clearly intended to be part of our overall plan, clearly, because the ordinance is written that way. Why would it talk about buildings next to each other if we didn't expect another building to go up? And we put it together that way. I won't say much more because Representative, my client, has indicated his frustration, and so is my client. And I don't blame them. And I don't blame you for being frustrated. I'm saying that it's worth a try, and we have no chance to try it. So let's err on the side of the experts. And the experts want to fill that hole with something that fits the downtown. And that is a D5, not a D4 as well as a D5. Because D4 doesn't give us alternatives in development that the D5 does. Nor does it give other people, such as yourself, the opportunity to comment on it, as Commissioner Sherman said. So I am sorry that it ended up without a postponement and a chance. But if we're not going to get a chance, then it should pass, because there isn't an indicator that goes against it, except people next door whose arguments are legitimate and must be heard, but can be talked to, and we can talk to them to reach some kind of settlement. I've been in settlements that take months, but they're all worth it when you're done, because we all control it the way we want to. And I would like this commission to give us a chance to do that and actually approve the D5 tonight. Not postpone it, and we're not going to, or recall the postponement, but give us a chance. Don't waste the opportunity. It's a shame if we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ratner. Any other question from the commissioner to Jenna? From the public to Jenna? Mr. Howe, go ahead. Unmute yourself, please. We'll give you access in 1 second. Go ahead, Mr. Patrick Howe.
Thank you. Well, the good news tonight is we're getting a new building in Birmingham, and I think that's something to be celebrated. The question is whether it's going to be 5 stories or 9 stories. So, we've been made out to be the bad guy, no development, but we're actually just want to enforce the zoning ordinance that's on the books right now. And to take a D5 zoning ordinance that the city commission talked about for 18 minutes back in 2017 to fix 3 non-conforming buildings, and now say that's going to be taken down the street to rezone all of our adjacent buildings, misconstrues the spirit and intent of that ordinance. It also misconstrues the Birmingham Downtown 2016 plan. This plan, which I have here, everyone seems to think that it calls for increased building heights, and it doesn't. On page 48, it says, finding, the existing buildings of downtown Birmingham vary in height. Traditional American cities, except the very largest, rarely exceed 5 stories in building height, and most commonly range from 2 to 4 stories. Downtown Birmingham adheres to this rule of thumb, with the most memorable streets tending to be at least 2 stories, and the least memorable mostly being 1 story. That's what the downtown Birmingham plan says. So all we're asking is that you enforce the zoning ordinance that's on the books, not take this non-conforming ordinance, which I'll call it, and use it to allow buildings in excess of 5 stories. And let's work together on a great 5-story development. We were given a 9-story and a 5-story. We didn't like the 9-story. And we were told that if we don't like the 9-story, you're going to get the 5-story and you're going to be sorry. Well, that didn't go anywhere. So we look forward to working together on a good 5-story development. My letter of May 19th, 2020, which I won't reiterate or summarize, given that it's 10:30 at night, summarizes our arguments and clearly states that the applicant has not met its burden. And for that, we ask you to deny this, and let's get started on a D4 development, which the applicant appears to be ready to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Howe. Any other public questions to Ms. Eckert? I see none. Right? Do you have somebody? 1 second. Do you see someone?
There are none.
I don't see it. I don't see it either. Maybe low. Please, whoever public, I don't see your hand, but somebody sees your hand. Go ahead and Say your name for the record, please, and go ahead with your comment or question for Jenna.
I don't think we have anybody.
Okay, we're good. We don't have anybody. I'll bring it back to the commission. Well, we still have a open public hearing, so who raises his hand?
Ratner.
Mr. Ratner? Go ahead, Mr. Ratner.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yes, we still have a public hearing open.
I know Pat Howell. I've worked with him and against him, obviously, and I respect him. However, to say this is a choice between a 5 and a 9-story building is not correct. We don't know. We know that 5 stories is permitted in D4. We know up to 9 stories is permitted in D5. So I understand where he's coming from, but that leaves us at the 2 extreme alternatives. And I just can't let that stand. Who knows what would come about if we talked about it? I just couldn't let that go. Sorry, Pat.
All right, Surrender. Commissioner Sherman.
Question for both attorneys. Isn't what we're really talking about here the difference between 80 feet and 98 feet?
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Radner, Mr. Howe?
I believe we can have Jenna answer that for both of them.
No, I think the question is.
Actually, I'd like to hear from them.
Okay.
Because this is a little silly. The hyperbole of saying, oh, this is a difference between 5 stories and 9 stories really isn't accurate. Because under the current D4 zoning, the height limit is 80 feet. Under the requested D5 zoning, because it is abutting to Birmingham Place, the maximum would be up to the parapet, which is what, 98 feet? Is that what we determined?
98.
So we're talking about an 18-foot difference here.
Yes.
So using 5 stories and 9 stories is really disingenuous from both parties. This is a question of 18 feet.
Yeah.
So you're telling me that in discussions between the two of you, you couldn't reach an agreement that instead of 80 feet, you would do 90 feet?
Don't forget, and maybe Chris Long should talk now, to design these buildings is complicated. One shows what the maximum would be at D5, and one is D4. Designing something that's in the middle without any input is troublesome because we don't know what we're doing. As Doreen said, it's kind of negotiating against yourself. What would they want to see?
But Mr. Ratner, I mean, I don't mean to be rude, and I apologize if I come off that way. When presentations are made of either a 5-story or a 9-story building, when we're really talking about a difference in height, not a difference in stories. Because, yeah, you can go 9 stories, but you're limited to 98 feet here.
Correct.
So, but if the issue is a height issue as opposed to a story issue, what are we doing here?
With proper feedback from both parties, you can start talking that way. But we had to show them something, and we did our best. Are we going to show them?
What I've heard tonight is that both of you have been talking stories, not height. And this is a question of height. It is not a question of stories.
What I'm saying is, if you're going to be saying, what will you accept? What do you want? We can't just do it in a vacuum. We showed them what we had designed. Nobody came back and said, to my knowledge, now I can be corrected, well, why don't you just move it up 7 feet or 10 feet? Nobody ever said that. Or maybe you set it back this far. None of those kinds of suggestions were made because it wasn't to that point.
But wouldn't that be something that would be offered by the developer? Look, I know I can go up 98 feet if I'm given D5 zoning. What if I agree to only go up 90 feet? Can we work something out?
In the meeting I was in, and I wasn't in the meeting where Pat had talked to Raid, but in the meeting I was in, they took all the information in and said they look at it and then decided they didn't like what we had presented. I didn't get a feedback from them, and we didn't.
But what we heard here tonight was it was presented to them as a take it or leave it. It's either 5 stories or it's 9 stories. But again, this isn't about stories, it's about height.
The D4.
Chairman, would you like the architect to answer that? I think.
Please.
Is the architect on the phone with us or on Zoom?
Yeah, it should be.
Chris Long.
Mr. Long, are you there?
You have to unmute us. Can you hear us?
I am here.
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, so that's actually very correct. To Commissioner Sherman's point, it is not about stories, it's about height. So the height of what we could propose is no higher than what is adjacent to us by ordinance. So the drawing we had shown them was nothing more than a massing model, which showed that we would be no higher than their building and could step off their building and provide them a little bit of light and air and cascade down to the big Woodward. And we've done that. It's not the first time we've done that, and it was met with no response. So we can't negotiate anything at all, without another party to say. And by the way, they probably have. They've already said we don't like it. So, to my earlier comment, we have a D4 building, which is 5 stories tall, which is approved 7-0 by the planning board. But in my heart of hearts, as an architect that's done a lot of work in town, I think a better building could be the result of a negotiation to, make this something that everybody wins from. And it's getting cumbersome or tiresome to actually keep doing this.
Mr. Sherman, may I interject also? It's DeRade Marcus. Jen, I think you have in your packet a model of what our D5 building looks like. And just to kind of clarify and make you picture it, at the old Woodward side where the Birmingham Place goes up, it is a bare brick building with no windows. What I showed to Mr. Howe was that we would go as high as them on that side since there are no windows being blocked. And as we go towards Old Woodward, we would step down, step down, step down, step down all the way to Big Woodward. I asked from Mr. Howe's input if he said, to tell him, give me some ideas. This is what we're thinking. This is what I came up with. This gives a lot more floors, a lot more visibility through my building to maintain their view. I would block many more less apartments and floors with this model. Please give me your input. I'm willing to sit down and talk with you folks, but this is a start. I got no reaction whatsoever. No.
963.
And you're right. It wasn't about height. It wasn't about floors. I said, I will go as high as your building on the Woodward side since there are no windows there. And as we go towards the Big Woodward side where the windows are, we can work something out and cascade, for example, like this, which is what I showed them. Please get back.
It's on page 963.
Janet, can you go to page 963, please?
Sure. Just give me a second here.
Clear.
It does not appear to be 963.
Oh, I'm sorry, 844. I apologize.
Okay.
There are a lot of pages.
There are a lot of pages. Okay. That's going to take me a minute to get to because the computer I'm on is not the fastest. Would you say 844?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, coming up.
No.
Oh, 843.
So this is the starting point we talked about. What you're looking at in the front is Big Woodward, and the highest point of our building is on Old Woodward, which abuts their building with no windows on that side. You could take a look at two things. I bring the building back, and you can look at that second level, how many more floors I clear for them. There's about 3 more floors, and it's less than, I believe, 80-foot maximum that I can go to.
Right.
And then I came down again, and then I came down again. You will also notice I pushed away from their building on those floors to give them more air and light. This is the proposal that I gave to opposing. Start with this, give me some input with this, as opposed to the D4 building, which Jen, I think is in the next slide, which shows a much different ceiling.
The next slide shows the setback.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's the same.
It's the same.
Right there.
Jana, do you have the...
So, if I might, just for a second. So looking at this, we have 1, 2, 3 tiers and then the top. So 4 tiers to what's being suggested here, correct? Am I looking at this correctly?
Correct. This was a beginning proposal for them to give me feedback.
Okay. So the third tier is how high? Starting from Woodward being that tier 1, tier 2 being the next one, tier 3, and tier 4 being what's 98 feet. So what would tier 3 be?
The third tier, if you look at the Woodward side, Commissioner Sherman, is no higher than the 4th floor of the adjacent building. So how high it is, I don't know. The whole idea was to not exceed what is there.
So let me, I'm jumping and I apologize. Do you have a mock-up of the D4 that's been approved and how that fits into the building also?
Yes, I think Janet's a couple more pages down after this, Jana. Or maybe.
Sure, Janice.
Keep going, Jana.
Nope.
No.
Oh, it's not.
Commissioner Sherman, that was a different thing. That was approved a couple weeks ago. It's not part of this proposal.
Do we have a copy of that, Jana, in here?
No, we do not. You do not have a copy of the 5-story proposal. This gets brought up a lot at the planning board meetings, in terms of, can we see a site plan? Can we not when it's a rezoning? And the general consensus is on a rezoning not to show a proposed detailed site plan.
Do we have something that shows what 80 feet would look like along the Birmingham Place building?
Jana, do you have
You probably do, Jana. It's probably way back. Shows.
It's in your D4 package.
Oh, wait. Yes, you do. It's way back.
Tell me what page number and I will put it up.
All right. Just a second. If I can find it. There are a few pages. Here we go. No, that's not it. Hold on.
It was shown earlier.
Yeah. It was shown earlier when you were asking for.
I have it on my screen. If I can email it or you want to share it, allow me to share my screen.
Do you have a page number, Commissioner Ballard?
No, it's in a presentation. It's not in this. It's a separate file.
No, there was if I remember right, there was a massing showing what 80 feet would look like. In like a cube situation, not
right.
What was presented to the planning board.
Right. Hold on. One second.
All right, I think I might have it. I'm not sure if this is the one that you're thinking of.
Here it is.
I will put it up.
Okay, I have one.
Yes. Is that the one?
That's correct.
That's the one.
That's the 80 feet?
Correct.
Yeah.
There's 1.5.
So it looks like, right, there's 1.5 stories visible?
Correct.
And in the other one, there were 4 stories visible?
As we cascade down, more floors became visible. This is the point that I was trying to make to opposing parties, to say, I can give a lot more space and a lot more air and a lot more light to give a lot more apartments, more views.
Did that answer your question, Commissioner Sherman?
Well, I was just going to ask, Jenna, would you go back to the other, can you go back to the other one easily?
What was the page number?
43.
44?
I'm sorry?
Either 843 or 844.
A little more than that. Something like that. Keep going.
Yep.
There you go.
Here it is.
One more, I think.
One more.
One more, Jenna, please.
There you go.
Yeah. I see where Mr. Sherman is going with this. Yes.
So I'm just curious, the residents who are going to lose their view if this stays D4, have they concurred with this? And they understand that their view is going to be blocked by this new building?
I'm not sure. That's what I proposed to opposing counsel.
I'm asking actually Mr. Howe.
Mr. Sherman and Commissioners, with all due respect, none of this is binding.
No, I understand that. And it doesn't mean that we're not going to, we're talking about the this and that. I'm talking about height right now. That's what I'm talking about.
It's not just height. It's not just height. D4 regulates unit stories. Okay. D5 doesn't speak to stories. It speaks to height. So you get into increased parking, increased unit count, increased congestion, and all those sorts of things. So to say it's simple as, well, this is just 18 feet, that's not true.
However, under D5, we have the ability to dictate a lot of those things. Under D4, we don't. Under D4, the building height is limited to 80 feet. Under D5, if we were to make the change, the building height is maxed at 98 feet, which is the same height as Birmingham Place.
I believe it goes higher due to mechanicals.
And while I'm not sure that that's accurate. Mechanicals, I believe, can go on top of that, but the idea is that the eaves would line up on the buildings. So my question is, have you had conversations with the tenants or with the owners of those units that as a result of the building under D4 being 80 feet, that something else could have been arrived at between you where more people would have retained their views?
Again, we're being asked, be careful what we ask for. The condominium associations have a very strong board, very clear communication with their tenants, and as a body, they are comfortable with the size, 5-story, the mixed use, and everything else that comes with it when you put a D4 development on this site. A D5 development, who knows what's going to happen? First it was a hotel, now it's an apartment building. There's no control until there's a special land use hearing. So as of today, we are comfortable with a D4 development, and also the legal standards are just not met.
Well, there are other options, Mr. Howe, besides just the SLUP. We have used, if the property owner comes to us with an offer for how the property will be used under a conditional zoning, we have that ability also, and we've used that before.
Well, that hasn't been done in this case. We have this rendering, and we have a D4 rendering that's been fully supported by the Planning Commission. And that's the development we're planning to support, we're in support of.
Okay, well, the planning board has looked at a D4, that is correct. And that would come back to us. Actually, that wouldn't come back to us. A D5 would come back to us if it were a SLUP.
All right, Commissioner Sherman.
I guess the real question is, has there been conversation about the differences in height?
Unfortunately, I can't communicate with my clients. We're in different offices, but if Mr. Arpin or Mr. Schwartz or some board leadership would like to chime in, I'd like to respond to Commissioner Sherman's question.
I have a JJA iPhone, but I'm not sure, or Mr. Schwartz, who would like to, Mr. Schwartz, why don't you go ahead with your answer, if you have the answer?
I'm basically going to reiterate what Patrick said. The issue is, you're right, Commissioner Sherman, it's only 18 feet, but that 18 feet is the difference between a maximum 5 stories or a maximum of 98 feet, in which case you can build a 9 or 10-story building. And that doubles the parking, it doubles the congestion, and it's more than just the view. There's construction issues, there's the potential damage. The bigger building they build right next to us, the more potential there is for doors that don't open, for windows that don't open, as you experienced, or as people experienced with the Daxton construction project. I don't know the status of the litigation on that, but I know it's a problem. And the simple solution to problems like that is to keep buildings at a reasonable height. And the 2016 plan suggested that we don't build more than 5-story buildings. There's no reason to even be thinking about doing this at this point in time.
Okay, thank you.
We have JJA on the phone. Please state your name if you'd like to answer the question, or you want to say just specific to that question that Commissioner Hoff, Commissioner Sherman on the Heights question. Is that what you raised your hand for?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, it's been president of the Homeowners Association.
I'm sorry, what was your full name, please? What was your full name?
It's Jim Arpin, ARPIN, and I submitted a letter that evening regarding the Homeowners Association. I'm president of the Homeowners Association. I really appreciate Mr. House, and I extremely respect Mr. Ratner for his comments and his association with the developer. It's important for them to improve the community. I'm concerned about the premise, the purpose, and the promise of what DeFi is. I'm concerned about the sub-area study and the lack of infrastructure and public support for the DeFi study. I think Mr. Ratner is representing his client very well. We have some concerns about the developer and we want to support Birmingham plus our neighborhood, and we want to work with the developer. And the discussion tonight has been incredible and forward to promote a productive discussion, but we're concerned about the threatening and comments from our neighbors. So we're respectfully requesting that we go forward with a D4, us, what we can bring forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. JJ. Mr. Tehan, go ahead with your comment, please.
Thank you. Based on what Commissioner Sherman just said a few moments ago, that there have been conditional, I think you said conditional zoning. Is there a mechanism to allow a D5 zoning with the SLUP conditions in place or conditioned on it at the time that it's granted? And in doing so, it could be something to the effect that the density of floors could only, or stories, as Commissioner Sherman was talking about, could be limited at something like 7 to help mitigate the density issue that was just brought up by the Birmingham Place folks. So is that a possibility to condition the SLUP elements of it at the very time that it were approved.
They don't understand that's again.
Commissioner Sherman, go ahead, please.
I was just going to say, just so there's an understanding, my understanding of conditional zoning is the request has to come from the applicant, not from the city. It can't be done at our request. I just bring it up that it's been used in the past. It is a tool, but it is not something that we can request.
All right. Commissioner Sherman, I think we need to move forward with this. Would like to close the public hearing since I don't see any hands from the public. Public hearing is closed. Bring it back to the commission to entertain a motion. Commissioner Hoff, go ahead.
I'm prepared to make a motion, and I've listened to all of the discussion, and I think it's a very good exchange. I wish it had been done prior to tonight. I think that there was interest on both sides. We brought up mediation. We brought up negotiation. We brought up so many things that perhaps could have resolved this differently. But at this point, we've discussed this now for some time tonight, as well as several times over the past 2 years. And so at this point, I'm going to make a motion to deny the rezoning of 469, 479 South Old Woodward from B3/D4 to B3/D5. And I'd like to well, we need a second for that, but I'd also like the opportunity to give my 3 bullet point reasons why I'm making this motion.
Okay, I see a second. Commissioner Host, please unmute yourself.
Yes, I will second.
And seconded by Commissioner Host. Commissioner Hoff, go ahead with your comments, please.
Yes, I'd like to give 3 bullet points on why I'm making this motion and how I came to this conclusion. And it does not directly concern Birmingham Place. That is not part of my decision. My decision is based on three aspects of the requirements for rezoning. The first one is I do not believe that rezoning is not necessary for the preservation and usage of this property. That's one. Number 2, the existing zoning is still appropriate as identified in the 2016 plan and the downtown overlay. And 3, in my opinion, the intent of D5 zoning was to allow changes and renovations to 3 existing buildings, not to create new D5 buildings. And for those 3 reasons, I am voting to deny this.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoff. Any further comment from the commission on the motion, please? We have a Commissioner Host. Go ahead with your comment, please.
Well, and I'm going to guess this is in the minutes the last time we voted. I want to commend Commissioner Hoff for comments for 3 points. In particular, the third point is the one that nobody wants to talk about. And let's just call it the elephant in the room. And that is the only reason D5 exists is to help the 3 non-conforming buildings to get conforming. All of Birmingham is D4. That's fine. That's the way it should stay.
Thank you, Commissioner Host. Any other comment on the motion from the commissioners? Commissioner Sherman, go ahead.
I will say I'm a little disappointed in both the petitioner and some of the things that we've heard from Birmingham Place, as I think that this issue has become so polarized between 5 stories and 98 feet, or 9 stories, rather than looking at the actual footprint and the height. But with that, I want to, there's some language in the DPZ sub-area study that I think is important that we look at. And it's, I don't know if there's a page, it's on page 9 of that study. It just says, lastly, we want to reiterate an important point. The design of buildings is more impactful to compatibility than height. This sentiment was discussed at length in a review of the study area and also stated in the 1980 master plan, which considered the same issue of the impact of height on the city. So we've been down this road, and where you really can't reach an understanding and arrive at a conclusion, I think we have no option but to decline to approve the rezoning. So I will support the motion.
Okay, any other comments from the commissioners on the motion? Seeing none, any other comments on the motion from the public? I don't see any hand. Okay, we'll bring it back to the commission. No further discussion, I see. Any hands? None? Alex, let's call the roll, please.
Commissioner Hawk?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long Crucis? Commissioner Baylor?
No.
Commissioner Nikita?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Mayor Boutros?
Yes. Okay. Say that again, Joe? Motion. Oh, motion passes. We move on to our new business. Under new business, we have a resolution adopting an ordinance to amend Part 2 of the City Code, Chapter 62, Historical Preservation for our Museum Board, establishment composition to include an alternate member, and directing the city clerk to certify and publish the amended ordinance on behalf of the city. We have a city staff or our city manager elaborating on this. Oh, we have our Miss Leslie Pilak, our museum director. The floor is yours. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. This ordinance amendment would bring the museum board composition in line with other boards by adding an alternate member.
Very simple. Thank you, Ms. Pilak. Any questions, Commissioner Hoff?
I move the suggested resolution.
Great. And seconded by Commissioner Host. And with that, any comment on the motion from the commission? None? Any comment from the public on the motion? I see none. Bring it back to the commission. No further discussion on the item, on the motion? Great. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Hoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Mayor Boutros?
Yes. Thank you. We go to our last item on the new business, resolution submitting a Parks and Rec bond proposal in the amount of $11,250,000 at the general election to be held on Tuesday, November 3rd. And to engage a communication firm, Van Dyke Horn, to perform some communication services as outlined in July 1st, 2020 communication bond proposal in the amount of $30,000. With that, Mr. Valentine, our city manager, would like to give us a little background and explanation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is a continuation of some ongoing discussions that we've had at the commission level with regard to the opportunity for improving the city's parks. Most recently, we had discussion at our last meeting with regard to the opportunity that exists for the commission to consider with regard to funding a parks bond to make improvements to the park system consistent with the Parks and Rec master plan. Every 5 to 6 years, we have an opportunity to update our Parks and Rec master plan. That has been done consistently most recently occurring in 2006, 2011, and 2018. Following the 2018 approval of that master plan, the Parks and Rec Board had been working to identify a priority list. They had prepared that, and that was submitted to the commission in, I believe, November of 2019. Prior to that, they had compiled an itemized project list, and that was done in April of 2019. That report has been provided to you today as a supplemental piece to this report, outlining those projects that have been identified. The opportunity exists with regard to existing debt that the city has that will be retiring in the upcoming years that allow for the addition of some new debt to be replaced at a lesser amount to make these improvements. Specifically in 2021, we have existing sewer debt that will be coming off, which will reduce the city's debt levy from 1.0099 mils to 0.5448 mils. And then further in 2024, that debt service, additional debt service will be retired on prior Parks and Rec bonds, which will drop that debt service levy down to 0.1156 mils, which is a considerable reduction. The addition of new debt under this proposal, based on the priority list of the Parks and Recreation Board, would add debt in the amount of 0.0975 mils for the first series and 0.0740 mils in the second series, which would increase the debt levy then from 0.1156 mils to 0.2871 mils. So that is part of the consideration this evening. In order to consider the adoption of a Parks bond, we have worked with bond counsel to prepare a ballot language for your consideration this evening. And we do have Pat McGow with Miller Canfield, who is on the call this evening, that can answer any questions relative to the ballot language. We have also looked at the opportunity for some additional communication services for educating the public on the bond opportunity. So we have solicited a proposal from our communications firm, Van Dyke Horn, which is included in your packet in the amount of $30,000, which then could be reimbursed as part of the Parks bond if you so desired. With that, I'd certainly be happy to answer any questions relative to that proposal. We do have some additional schedules that have been provided for in your packet, which outline what the bond issuance costs would be on the ballot initiative. We have an additional schedule for your consideration based on comments at the last meeting that questioned the opportunity to maintain the existing debt service levy, which would then be at 0.5448 mils, which would generate an additional $16 million that could be available for the commission for additional park improvements. For purposes of the ballot proposal this evening, we have presented you with a ballot proposal of 11.25 million, which is derived from the existing priority list, with the exception of $2 million, which we have budgeted for in the current fiscal year for the ice arena, which has been backed out. And then we have added in the bond issuance costs and some additional inflationary costs given the duration of the series. With that, the total bond issuance would be about 11.25 million, and that's what's for your consideration this evening. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. Oh, sorry.
All right, thank you, Joe. Commissioner Nikita, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just wanted a recollection. We've been talking somewhat on occasion about moving a bond proposal for parks. I mean, it's come up in some dialogue, but limited. And there was a brief discussion about this at the long-range planning meeting in January. Just to recall that, I believe that there was discussion about the parks bond potential or a parks bond being put together. And if I remember correctly, if you could, Joe and or anyone else from staff possibly, I believe that we briefly discussed a bond that was around $5 million. Am I correct on that? if you could refresh our memory on what was discussed at long range planning as far as the bond goes.
Am I good? Good. Okay. 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 Yeah, initially going back some time, we did have a conversation with regard to a bond proposal that was around $5 million. That did not include all the items on the priority list, and it didn't include some of the public facilities that we had contemplated as well. So there is costs in this proposal for certain costs related to the ice arena, which were not included previously, in as much as we didn't have the final report from the assessment of the ice arena. Subsequent to receiving that report, we did include those costs in there. And then again, we did back out the $2 million that we're using for the mechanical equipment as part of that facility. So that increased those costs.
Okay. If I could, Mr. Mayor.
Please go ahead, continue.
Just to clarify, and to add to that. So I know there's been a list of what could go on the bond, on a parks bond, and I know that as of 6 months ago, we had about $5 million allotted, and we've added these other elements. Of course, the ice arena, we've had reports from what we would like to do there. There's some upgrades in equipment, as well as expansion on some of the locker room conditions and things like that. So that's been part of reports over the last so many months or the last year. But these have been essentially added over the last few months. And so this is now what we're seeing today is somewhat of a collection of a number of things that we have discussed along the way, and the Parks and Rec Board has discussed along the way, but they really haven't been packaged as part of a sort of a unified grouping until now. Isn't that correct, Joe?
I see Mayor Pro Tem Long when I answered that.
Certainly.
I'd like Joe to answer that, please.
All right. Go ahead. And the question is specifically directed to our city manager. I'll give him the floor,
please,
to answer that. No problem. Here we go. Go ahead, Joe. The floor is yours.
I believe the last priority list that was presented was back in, I think, November of 2019. And that was prior to the long-range planning session where we had worked to finalize some of those numbers. So some of this, I believe, is new because it was included with the final report from the ice arena, which did come subsequent to that. But most of the other projects, I believe, were included with that priority list.
Okay, thank you.
All right. With that, Mayor Pro Tem Long, now you can make your comment, please.
Thank you. So in the supplemental materials that City Manager Valentine shared with the commission members earlier this afternoon, there was a memo, first of all, from the City Commission directing the Parks and Rec Board to evaluate possible projects for a bond opportunity, and that was dated May 23rd, 2018. And then there is a memo from Lauren Wood to the Parks and Rec Board on March 25th, 2019, which did total all the projects that are on the priority list as you have it today, minus the repair of the ice arena refrigeration system. So the Parks and Rec Board actually approved a resolution in March of 2019 for $12,045,000 to cover all the projects, including the repair of the ice arena refrigeration, which has since been backed out. And then that number, that 12 million and change, was what Lauren Wood presented in her slide presentation at long range planning on January 25th of this year. And if I may say, so the Parks and Rec Board has had this package of ideas as a coherent whole for more than a year. The original projects were derived from public comment from the extensive master plan process that occurred in 2017 and 2018. those items that resulted from the 2018 master plan capital improvement projects were shared with the community at a charrette in February of 2019, where community members got to walk around and look at all those projects on boards and put little colored stickies on the ones they liked most. People who couldn't attend in person were invited to participate through a variety of paper and electronic surveys, and all that those results were shared with you today. So I think it's pretty clear that the Parks and Rec Board at least has been viewing this as a coherent group of projects based on the 2018 master plan and affected by public input as to desire and priority, and that it is unfortunate that we were not able to address it in more detail after the long-range planning meeting in January. Obviously, the pandemic interrupted many things, but since this item has appeared on the agenda, I have had many residents reach out to me and express support for this idea. They understand how important the parks are, and I think that if we vote to put this on the ballot in November, we may be pleasantly surprised by their support.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Long. Any other commissioner comments? Commissioner Host.
I think that this bond is way overdue, and bonds that everyone benefits, namely the whole community can benefit from, is the only way to ask for any bonding. And so I compliment the fact that this is for all of us. It's a little bit of a payback, and I think everybody will really welcome it.
Thank you, Commissioner Host. Further comment? Commissioner Host. Huff.
Well, I think the projects are good, and I have heard of most of them, but the fact that this was introduced in March, or when the charrette took place in March, and no decision was made, there was no talk about bonds, and for 6 months since the it was presented, long-range planning, there was never a mention of a bond until recently. I wasn't at the last meeting, but the meeting before. So that's 2 meetings ago is the first time it was mentioned, let's consider a bond, and we have 2 weeks to make that decision. Well, my experience with bonding for parks and recreation projects, I have, it happened that when I was elected initially back in 2001, one of the major issues, in addition to electing commissioners, was to issue parks and rec bonds. It was a very big issue, and on the forefront of all the citizens were talking about it. And it was for very significant projects. Barnum School was going to be torn down, and it was a decision on what should be done with that park. There were a lot of proposals for a retirement community there, and the citizens, especially in the Barnum Park area, were very active and very involved. The second was to buy the property. One was buy the property from Barnum. The second was to buy the Adams Park property from Roper. And that again, you had your whole Poppleton Park area neighbors involved in that bond proposal. And the third was the money was going to be used for the renovation of Shane Park. So these were major park projects. Now, what we have, these are very significant park projects. I'm not saying they're not. I'm not saying anything about that they shouldn't be done. They should be done. But it seems to me that we need a little time to generate input, to generate support, to generate a cohesiveness among the citizens for these projects so that we can really come up with 2 or 3 significant projects that we are promoting by issuing a bond. I don't think that this is the time to issue a bond because of what has been going on with COVID, and also because when you're going to issue a bond, it's going to increase taxes. We have been very successful at maintaining or reducing our millage rates, but because of the annual increase in property values, it costs more. The tax, you will be paying more dollars out of your pocket. And I think that this needs a lot of promotion. And I think we should do it. I think the commission should focus on this for another election at another time next year. We should focus. If there's a general consensus that we want to improve our parks, let's talk about it and let's get some community support for this instead of deciding in 2 weeks and putting this on the ballot. That's my comments.
Commissioner Baller?
I support it. Sorry? Am I unmuted? I support this. It's been studied. This is not like the 2000 bond. This is half the amount. It's in many cases, some cases, we're finishing up stuff that we started back. We bought Adams Park, and it's been sitting fallow for 20 years. And believe me, the people who live around Adams Park are chomping at the bit for this. I don't see any problem getting support for it. We're in July. We could wait until Labor Day to begin a campaign, and we would have a ton of support. We have a communications team that's ready to support, to educate the community about it. And I'm quite sure that a citizens committee, committee will emerge that will do an effective job of promoting it. So I don't think we're rushing anything, and I think the people want this. I too have heard positive feedback on this. And I'll add to that, we don't give our Parks Board enough credit for what they've done and what they've contributed. And they are why this is in front of us. The preparation that they did and all the work that they did. So people have been waiting for this.
Thank you, Commissioner Baller. Commissioner Sherman, go ahead, please.
I have to concur with Commissioner Hoff on this. And while I do give the Parks and Rec Board kudos for getting this done, ordinarily what happens, since they are an advisory board, their work comes to the commission and we look at it and we study it to make sure that this is in the best interest of the community. And really the first time that we saw much of this was at the long-range planning meeting. And in that, we had some phasing, of which is now being suggested differently. We have playgrounds that were included as phase one to upgrade, and that was one of the big things that we were going to be doing. And those have now been moved to phase two. We were told that we were looking at about $5 million. And there was also a report in our long-range planning agenda that talked about the ice arena and what would be needed there. And when we saw the budget and we allocated $2 million from our budget to start dealing with the ice arena, it was my assumption, as well as a number of other people in the community, that that was how we were going to be dealing with the ice arena, is taking care of it from the general fund. Now we're seeing it as a potential increase in taxes. While I've heard from a couple of commissioners that they have received comments from community members, I too have received comments from community members. While people would like to see the parks improved, they're not willing to increase their taxes right now. They are too concerned with unemployment. They're concerned with the economy. They don't know exactly where the businesses are going. They've taken a hit over the last 4 or 5 months. And the last thing that they're really inclined to do is to increase their taxes. And they're actually kind of excited that the debt levy is going to go down and maybe they're going to get a little reduction in tax. taxes. The number one thing I hear is people think their taxes are too high. And here we have a bond proposal to tax some more. So I would rather see this wait. I would like to see where some of these projects are, what they encompass, where they're going to occur, and actually understand some of these projects before I would recommend that this go on a ballot. This is being rushed to us, and I don't think it's ready.
Any other comments from the commission? Commissioner Nikita?
Yes, I've looked through the list here, and I think we need to do these. We definitely need to do these different projects, and there are a number of them that we've talked about, and there are a number of them that are relatively new, at least from my perspective. Even though they may have spent some time at Parks and Rec, I think there are a number of these that I know about, but I see relatively new information coming. And specifically, nearly half of this would go to the ice arena, which is a substantial part of the proposed bond, and that's a relatively new and developing thing that we've been looking at over the recent last so many months. The one thing that is I think is really important to think about is we've talked about a couple of other investment bonds that things like the streets bond, which we may be thinking about in the near future. And I know there's discussion on that coming up as far as culminating some of the thinking on that in the next so many months. There's been discussion on doing something with the senior center. There are a couple of other things to consider, and I think that the really big concern I have is where are we going with the city budget? We've proudly supported the fact and have been happy to say, and I talk to residents all the time, and I'm very proud of the fact that we've lowered our tax rate year after year after year in the last 6 years. And I hear all the time that our taxes are too high, and people complain about that. But I have to say that I know that we've been working diligently at keeping it in check, at least what we control, knowing that we don't control everything. But what we control, we've lowered the tax rate over the last 6 years. Not by a lot, but enough to say that it's not growing. The concern I have right now is where, and we just a couple months ago or a month ago, we finalized our budget, and once again, we were on the good side of finalizing that. But where we're going from here is very, very gray. We really don't know what the fallout will be from the recession, from the situation that we're in right now, and the budget coming up in 2021, the budget coming up in 2022. I think the rest of this year we're probably going to see a pretty good, solid base, but going forward, it's going to be a real challenge. So I'm cautious about jumping into a new bond that we really haven't discussed at the commission level much at all. And I know it's been out there, and there's been a little bit of discussion here and there, and the Parks and Rec Board has been working on pulling together the things that need to be done and priorities and talking to the community to get some input. All important stuff, and I completely support getting these done. And I think it's important that we do that. I'm very, very proud of our couple dozen parks and our trails, and I think we have an incredible system. But I think that this, from my perspective, is really being done in a less than ideal way. I think it should be done more thoroughly. I think we need more time on this, and I think we need, most importantly, clarity on where our financial situation is going to be in the next few months. We're going to have a better idea, I think, of where we're going to fall in 2021 and beyond. and to ask the residents to pony up for an additional amount, I think is a lot to ask for. So as much as we want this, and I think it's a great thing that we will do at one point, I think we have to proceed cautiously. And frankly, I've heard from a number of residents as well. And I've specifically heard from residents that said, I hope you don't add a parks bond right now. I'm concerned about that. So I've heard that directly from residents, in all honesty, and it resonates with me, given the concerns about the foundation of our financial situation going forward, and the speed and the lack of awareness of this bond from the public and frankly from the commission. So I'm reluctant to move it currently in the next week, which is what we're being asked to do right now. I think that's really quite irresponsible. And should we consider it going forward? Maybe in May, maybe at the next election, maybe in the following election. I'm completely open to have that discussion, but to move it in the next week and put it together so it goes on to the November ballot, I'd say that's very questionable given all the circumstances and the concerns that we deal with right now and that we're responsible to look at.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Nikita. Any other commissioner comments, discussion? Mr. McGaw, I have a question for you. Mayor Pro Tem Long, you want to say something before I go ahead with my question? Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes, thank you. I would just like to confirm that I believe that City Manager Valentine said that this would not be a tax increase. And there would continue to be reductions in taxes as more debt is rolling off than this bond would add. But also that this is not really about what would be a negligible amount of money to homeowners. I think it was $30 on a $250,000 value as the bond council enumerated. This is about investing in the quality of life for residents in Birmingham, in replacing playground equipment that is, in many cases, 40 years old. Permission from citizens to issue bonds does not mean we have to issue them. As we learned last time, we voted, the citizens voted to issue permission to levy up to $25 million in bonds, and only 19 were issued. And this is designed so that only in 2021, only 4.25 million, I think, in bonds would be issued, and the rest of the bonds would wait until 2024 for the rest of the projects. And I think this commission can certainly make the decision at that time to pivot, that if things are bad, we don't have to do it. But it does give us permission to move forward on some of the things that are of enormous interest in the residents right now, such as Adams Park. And people will let us know at the ballot box whether they agree or disagree, but I think they deserve the opportunity to do that.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Long. On those line of thoughts, Mayor Pro Tem Long, that's what I wanted to direct the question to actually our bond consultant, Mr. McGaw, that will help me make my decision myself on leaning forward. I think the interest here from the residents, from the commission, and the consensus that I'm getting, everybody wants our parks to be enhanced. Everybody looking for quality of life, as you said, Mayor Pro Tem Long. The question here is the timing. I believe in my last discussion with Mr. McGaw, I had asked the question. First, there's two questions to be clarified. Will be a tax increase? If so, there's no difference between increasing the taxes today or in May or in a few months if the tax to be increased. Now, the second question is, should we postpone this to a later date? We're going to be in off election season, and that's going to play very much against us. The turnout on an off-season election to get a bond passed, it's really not advised. As I think, I'm not sure if that was Mr. McGaw's advice or that was our clerk, Ms. Bingham, that mentioned and commented on the turnout of or special election. So the two questions that we have for you, Mr. McGaw, if you may answer them, unless I wasn't clear in my question, I will ask them again, but go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you for your questions. So the first question I think you asked was about the tax increase. Yes. So this is a proposal to authorize the issuance of the bonds. And if the bonds are issued, then the city would be entitled to levy a debt millage in order to pay the debt service on those bonds. The debt millage would be levied each year in an amount necessary to cover that year's debt service. So there is a schedule in the packet of debt service and millage requirements. So the bonds, if approved by the voters and if issued, would in fact have a new tax associated with them, which would be an amount necessary to cover the debt service. But because the amount of the bonds that are going to be issued is less than the amount of the bonds that are going to be paid off, the debt millage rate is expected to be lower than what is currently being levied by the city. So to answer your question, yes, there would be a new tax to pay the new bonds, but the amount of the debt millage rate is expected to go down over time because the city is paying off more in debt than it is going to be adding with this. And this bond issue has been structured so that the first principal payments, if approved by the voters in 2020, and the bonds are issued in 2021, the first principal payment would not occur until 2024. And that was intentionally done to be after the date on which another series of the recreation bonds would be paid off. So the structure and design of this bond issue was so that the millage rate would be decreasing from what it is currently. And that is, but it is about 0.2 of a mil over the life of the debt service that would be a tax necessary to retire both series of bonds. So I think that was your first question about the millage and about the taxes. The second question really is about the timing of the election. And I would say that that's really more of a policy question than a legal question. Under Michigan election law, local units of government now really only have 3 possible dates in a year in which you can schedule an election. It used to be 4. It used to be you could schedule a special election at any time on 45 days notice. But now the March or February election only occurs when there is a presidential primary. So that leaves you an election in early May, an election in early August, and then the November election. So I think at the last meeting, it was the city clerk that had said that the turnout rate is highest in a November even year election because it's either a presidential election or a gubernatorial. I don't know that there's a right time or a wrong time to schedule a bond election. There are some local units of government that like to schedule the elections at an election where that is the main issue on the ballot. And that would be a May election or an August election because the local issue gets more attention. In a November election, your question is going to be at the very end of the ballot on page 2 towards the bottom. So it doesn't get as much attention in an election where there's a lot of other events, although the other issue that are considered are turnout is higher in November elections in even years, and then the cost of having an election if there's not otherwise going to be an election scheduled. So that's really more of a policy question for the city as to when you want to schedule it. And I would say that certainly Birmingham has scheduled elections in May, in August, and in November. I think if you look at the last several elections, you've had elections in all those dates. So obviously different commissions over the years have decided that they picked the date that they thought was appropriate. So that's really a question for you on whether you want to put it on the ballot in November or wait till another election next year, which would be May, August, or November. And those are the only 3 possible dates in 2021.
Thank you, Mr. McGaw. That was well explained. With that, I believe, personally, that's me personally speaking, it's the lesser of the 2 evils here. But I believe knowing the numbers and the taxes and how we going to decrease the millage rate with time, I don't believe the impact of the tax would make a lot of differences at all between now if we postpone it till May or another year. So with that, it's a preference. I believe moving it forward and let the people decide whether to pass it or not. If there is any financial burden on them now, it's not going to make a difference financial burden on them the next year. So it's the same financial burden. It's the pandemic effect on all of us. I would say between now and a few months from now, it's not a big change, but let the people decide on that. I wouldn't be the one. I don't want to speak for the residents, but I believe we're all wanted to improve our parks, and we all wanted to eagerly move forward to increase our parks. So with that, I'm inclined to support moving forward with this. With that, I would like to entertain a motion or any discussion. Mayor Pro Tem Long.
I'd like to move the suggested action to adopt the resolution submitting a Parks and Recreation bond proposal in the amount of $11,250,000 at the general election to be held on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020, and to engage Van Dyke Horn to perform communication services as outlined in the July 1, 2020 communication bond proposal in the amount of $30,000 to be charged to other contractual services account 101-170-00-811.00.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Baller. Can you say please second?
Second.
Right. Alex, did you get that? Okay. We have a motion and seconded by Commissioner Baller. Any comment on the motion? Commissioner Hoff, go ahead, please.
For one thing, I think I expressed myself very strongly, and I feel strongly this is the wrong time to do it, and I don't have enough information. I almost attend every meeting, but I attend a lot of meetings, and I don't know about these projects. I don't know why all the parks have been, the playground equipment has been moved to phase 2. I know nothing about that, when what I have heard, there's an interest in having handicap accessible playground equipment at the playgrounds. I know I've heard that before, but this has been moved to phase 2. Who moved it? I don't know. And I still feel, I understand that Mayor Pro Tem Long was the chair of Parks and Recreation and was for a long time and was an excellent chair. And she is very familiar with this. But I have not heard one word about it since January, nor have I received any calls from Parks and Rec board members. Maybe they're on the call tonight, and maybe we're going to hear that they all stand up in unison and say, we've been waiting for this. I haven't heard that. I haven't seen one at a meeting when we've had meetings where people are going to attend. I haven't seen one on our Zoom calls. So I'm not getting an impression that there is strong support for this from the people who are most involved with the parks. I'm not getting that impression because I haven't heard any comments. And as far as the commission goes, what I've heard is there are several commissioners who are not in favor of this. Pushing a bond through when you don't have a majority of your well, you will have to, if you push it through, you do have a majority, but without the support of the whole commission, is not a wise thing to do, to try to push a bond through. A bond affects every person and affects their taxes, and it's best to have the support of the commission for a bond proposal.
Thank you, Commissioner Hobb. Other comment on the motion from the commissioners? Any comment on the motion from the public? Mr. Bloom, go ahead, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I know it's late. I've opposed 2 Birmingham bonds in the past, one the library and the other was the parking structure. The library and the parking structure I opposed because A, it was not a November election, and I was very vocal about that. And the library was excessive spending that turned out we didn't need to spend that kind of money. And the parking bond was to help a developer get his project through, and there was little or no public benefit to doing it, which is another reason I opposed it. In this particular case, this is a November election, and if we miss this November, then we're on to the next one. B, this is spending for hopefully Birmingham residents will be benefiting from this. It's not for developers. C, this is a COVID era that we're living in, and so enhancing our parks is important. D, this is as Commissioner Long stated, this is money that is up to $11.2 million, and there is time and discretion to figure out exactly if something wants to be rejiggered or to study these items in more detail to either prioritize or not issue all of the bonds. So this gets it on the ballot in November. It gives discretion to the commission to study this and become more comfortable with it as well as the public, and it's for a public benefit. So, and some of these items, like Adams Park, have been talked about for a very long time. So this is something that I think that we should all support. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bloom, any other public? See any? No? Okay. That will bring it back to further discussion by the commission. Mayor Pro Tem Long.
Yes, I just received a text from the chair of the Parks and Rec Board, Heather Carmona, who apologizes that she's up north and she's watching this meeting on Vimeo, but cannot connect by Zoom, and would like me to assure.
Excuse me, a point of order. We don't take comments from the public that are not presented by the public. We really don't take text from members of the public. It's really not appropriate.
She's asked me to relay the Parks and Rec Board's.
Again, it's really not appropriate. I think the chair needs to rule on that. We need to get an opinion from the attorney.
Mr. Sherman, I may allow you.
I'll ask for an opinion from Mr. Courier then.
No, I'm not saying anything. She's just referring that somebody was trying to get on the Zoom but didn't get on the Zoom. That's appropriate in my opinion. I'm fine with that, but let's not have further discussion with that. I would like to comment before we take the vote. I believe Commissioner Hoff's comment earlier that would like to have a consensus and majority and I do agree 100%. I hope we could have 7 votes on this. I think we're not disagreeing on the bond itself. We're disagreeing on the timing of the bond. I think we're all agreeing that we need to push this forward. We need to enhance our parks and recs. This has been for a long time in the work. The Parks and Rec had really worked very, very hard to get us where we at. Unfortunately, we had faced a very unprecedented pandemic time that we all faced, paused things down. Yes, it brought up fast enough to realize that if we don't put it in this election, we're going to miss the deadline. And therefore, this is why the discussion came back quickly to make us aware that if we don't put it for this election, we're going to miss it. This is why the rush. I believe collectively, if we all have the same mission as we all, I've heard from all of you just because of timing, I believe we all have to create effort among each other, and hopefully we create a great communication system that will educate the public on why we rushed it, and hopefully this bond will pass. But that was my comment on why I'm supporting this. Commissioner Hoff, go ahead.
I want to make one other comment, and I want to be clear. It's not only the timing, it's the priorities. I have no idea how these priorities came forward. I had no input into it.
Okay.
So when people ask me, that is what I'm going to say. I had no input into this. I don't know what these plans. I have seen concept plans for 2 or 3 of these. Otherwise, I haven't seen the concept plans. And for people, the 7 of us, to be proposing a bond when we're not clear on what the priorities are and what priority we want to give these different elements, I think is very poor planning. Again, we heard from the public. We did not hear from the Parks and Rec Board. And I know several of those members. I never heard a word from them saying that they want. I know that Mayor Pro Tem Long, it was the former chair, and I understand that that's why this is up here tonight, but that's not how I think good governance should be handled.
Okay. Any other comment? Commissioner Nikita.
Yeah, I just think there was the thought that we will pass this and then figure it out later and rejigger it or whatever the thinking is just exactly the point. It's plan carefully as we always do, and the success of Birmingham has a lot to do with planning carefully, spending a lot of time putting together some thought. And I have to say, I can't, in good conscience, go around promoting a bond to the citizens without at least understanding what's being put in front of us here. I don't have clarity as to what all of these issues, all these items on the plan here are, and what we will plan for, and what we will spend money on. It doesn't pass this sort of typical way that we at least look at things when we move things forward, when we actually take a look at what we're proposing. And I can't tell anybody about the details about what's here. I could talk about a few things because I've been a part of some Adams planning and some other types of planning. Obviously, the $5 million for the arena and a number of other issues, but they haven't been presented to us recently. Much of this is from quite a long time ago. I don't think we had a comprehensive submittal of what that's been proposed. I think going back almost 2 years. So an update on what exactly we're proposing, and to put it forth and figure it out later is, as I said, it's irresponsible. And I just think we need to spend more time to make sure that we understand clearly what we're doing with putting a proposal in front of the public and then moving it forward. Completely in support of the parks and moving forward on maybe everything on this list, maybe more. Maybe we should ask for more money. Maybe it's 12 million isn't enough. I would say that those are a couple of questions that I would actually like to entertain, instead of having to essentially be forced to make a decision with almost no dialogue over the last 6 months. We just had a park discussion come in front of us in the last 2 weeks about a park over by the Chesterfield Fire Station 2. That's a very good idea. Some of us were part of the development of that whole end of the block there with the fire station. I was heavily involved in the fire station design and orientation. There was a lot of discussion at that time on what to do with that vacant piece of land that was sitting there as a piece of grass that nobody really uses. We talked a lot about that, and as part of that discussion to redesign the new fire station, there was a lot of discussion about turning that into a public space of some sort. That's a great idea. I think we should move forward on something like that. Could we include it in a parks bond? Absolutely. Are we talking about it? No, because it's not part of the dialogue right now, because it's something that's just come about and it's been talked about here and there, but it's just coming into fruition, and we could include that. I just can't support moving forward on something that's so not complete at this point and not clear to the commission.
Any further comment, discussion? Commissioner Host?
I'd just like to say, I'm a new commissioner, but I get the feeling that most of this should have been done yesterday. And if there's any catch up on the part of the commission, it's that we get caught up with our neighbors and their wishes, which I truly believe when you spend money on the community and there's community benefit, it's a very hard problem to have. It's not a very hard problem to have. This is all about benefit for the citizens, and as such, I'm more than happy to get up to speed on the priorities and what's going to happen and be able to and feel that I can sell it, if only because it's for everybody.
Right. It's good morning now, Commissioner Sherman, please.
So I would just point out, we're allocating about 25% of this bond, actually a little more than 25% to the ice arena building improvements. And the statistics that we got was about 60% is used by non-resident, that our usage is 60% non-resident, 40% resident. So when we have a commissioner saying this is for our residents, here's 25% of the bond that's not. So we're asking the residents to subsidize the non-residents for a project that we haven't vetted yet. I don't know how you can approve that. It doesn't make sense to me. I would concur with both Commissioner Hoff and Commissioner Nikita. We're not opposed to this. We're opposed to pushing it through at a point when it's not ready. You don't have all the facts. You don't have all the information. You don't even have half the information.
Commissioner Waller?
No, never mind. I was going to make it.
All right. Any other discussion, guys? Any commissioners? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff?
Unmute yourself, Commissioner Hoff, please.
Sorry, no.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita?
No.
Commissioner Sherman?
No.
Mayor Boutros?
Yes. Motion carry. We go to our next item on our agenda, removed from consent agenda. We have none.
Our rules of procedure say that we're done at 11 o'clock. And I would just point out the fact that we're now after midnight. So take note of that, please. Our rules of procedure are there for a reason. That I don't think that it's logical to do the business of the city well into the midnight hour and consider that normal or appropriate. So I would add the fact that we should consider the rules of procedure and act accordingly. So thank you.
Got it. Reports, commissioner reports, commissioner comments. Any comments? Commissioner Baller?
Yeah, I don't know if that was a commissioner comment from Commissioner Nikita or not, but it's worth discussing. The rules of procedure suggest that we should have 11 p.m. as a goal. And I agree with that as a goal, but it's not a dictate. But we could change our rules of procedure so that we end our meetings at 11, and that's that. Whatever we happen to be doing, we're done at 11 if that's the way you want to do it. Now, I do think we could do a better job of estimating how long things are going to take. We could also begin to use special orders of the day, which dictate that we discuss a certain item at a certain time. There's a lot we could do. We could talk about it at a workshop. We could talk about parks and recreation priorities at a workshop. All these things that have been sort of left behind because we had our focus elsewhere and we want to play catch up on, we could talk about at workshops. I'm willing to work overtime for this community. I'm not crazy about working till 12:04 a.m., but if it could be done during daylight hours, I'm happy with that. So I suggest that we do take up Commissioner Nikita on his suggestion that we maybe be more efficient and try to get our work done more quickly. And we could all contribute to that. We could all keep our comments a little shorter, a little more concise. We don't have to respond to every single comment that's made by someone, and we could just move things along a lot more quickly. I'm still eager to get into the workshops, and I'm looking forward to the first workshop with Coco Seward. That's my commissioner comment for tonight.
I support the 10 p.m., not 11, if that could be possible.
But
10 a.m. 10 p.m. I would love that. Commissioner Sherman, go ahead with your comment.
So with that, why don't we make a motion to adjourn right now?
Well, we're done anyhow. So any other comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Host, go ahead with your last comment.
Yeah, I'm dying to give you a public service announcement. And by the way, I mentioned to Joe this afternoon, I'm complimented that our city manager and that our governor are being so tough. But here's what I want to leave you with, a PSA. Hong Kong's the same size as New York City. It's on less than 1/10 the property or footprint that New York City's on. Since they had SARS in 2003, everybody wears masks. As of yesterday, in New York City, 226,000 people have had COVID. We've been diagnosed. Hong Kong has 1,950 people. In New York, the deaths are, as of yesterday, 22,859. And in Hong Kong, as of yesterday, it's 13. So to have us wearing masks in public and being very careful will pay off. So good morning and thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Host. Commissioner Hoff, go ahead, please.
I don't want to prolong this any longer, and I did have several commissioner comments, but I won't make them tonight. But one that I do want to make is that I want to acknowledge the Birmingham Fire Department. And because last week when I wasn't at the meeting, I happened to be a patient and had to be taken to Beaumont Hospital. And so I want to just acknowledge the service that I experienced firsthand. It was very professional and compassionate. The EMT, the technicians were excellent. And I think we can be very, very proud. I know now from personal experience of the fire department and the kind of service that they give. And I didn't expect to get a personal ride in the new ambulance, but I did. And we also can be very happy to have that.
Well, I'm glad you're here, Commissioner Hoff.
That's great.
Yeah, we're delighted you're feeling better.
Thanks. No further comments. We'll go to advisory boards, committees, commissioner reports and agenda, legislation, city staff. And with that, I will officially adjourn the meeting. Have a good morning, everybody.